unluckily. Like, it was great that I was able to spend time with both of them and not just forget about one for the rest of my life. I still know the days because it was so ingrained in my daily life. Sunday, mom's. Monday, I'd go to school from mom's, go home to dad's. Tuesday, I'd go to school from dad's, go home to mom's. Wednesday, mom's. Thursday, school, dad's. Friday, dad's. Saturday, dad's. And then at the end of Saturday at 6 p.m., my dad would bring me to my mom's. It's kind of weird. Like, all of these days of the week just, like, built up these internal meanings to me. I'll be completely honest, I did not like being in my dad's house for probably a lot of complicated reasons. Days when I went to my dad's or spent them at my dad's built up this like negative energy for me that I still have the echo of that today. Like I still kind of feel weird about Saturday evenings, 6 p.m. because like that's the day I would finally get to go back to my mom's house after like the longest duration of the week being in a place that I didn't enjoy being. My mom thought that I was gonna grow up to be a mentally disabled person. With a lot of cases of selective mutism, there's sort of this like misdiagnosis of being on the autistic spectrum, which may or may not be the case for me, but it's sort of, you don't talk to really anyone when they talk to you. There are differences, of course, and there are ways to diagnose them separately, but I think partially because of that and partially because of a lot of other reasons, my mom thought that I would just never speak. Like, you have a kid who's 9 years old who doesn't really speak. You don't really have any reason to believe that they're going to start one day. And so she thought that I would just be dependent on the system, not ever be happy. She was pretty concerned. I didn't realize until later, until we talked about it, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, that she was really, really concerned. I was the third of her kids, so she knew what a normal kid looked like, and she knew it wasn't this. She kind of like blamed herself, which totally was not what she should have done, but I can totally understand also being in that situation. When it's all said and done, I think I really, even though I sort of accept that I didn't really have any say in the matter, I really regret like putting her through everything that I put her through. My dad's the sort of person who won't accept that there are problems without people who caused those problems. A lot of my behaviors, like spending a lot of time on the computer, spending a lot of time playing games, or like messing around with learning to like do interesting things on the computer, like coding. My dad saw those things as causes of all the problems in my life. My mom would see me spending a lot of time on the computer in the same way, and like, my dad, if he saw me on the computer when he leaves the house to go to Home Depot or whatever, and I'm on the computer, and then he comes back and I'm still on the computer, or I'm on the computer again, like in his head, it's like, this is the problem. This is like why you're such a weird kid, because you're just spending all your time on the computer. And he'd have me, stop spending time on the computer, come spend time with the family, which was in the same room, but just all on the couch watching television. So it's almost like I had the argument in my head, like, you understand that this is less interactive. But I was just a kid, I didn't know how to get it out. At my mom's house, I would do the same things. I'd spend a lot of time on the family computer, messing around. On the other side of the coin, like, she bought me a book on making your own website for kids. And it was the most amazing thing that I ever got. It like completely kicked off the rest of my life as, now I'm a 29-year-old software engineer. It's amazing what that book did for me. And I just feel like that's a total and complete sum of like the differences between how my dad viewed my condition and my mom viewed it. There's this weird thing with the phone. Like, I'm not shy enough to not want to answer the phone. Like, I'll answer the phone. It's 1990s. You got one landline for the whole family. So I'll answer the phone, but then I won't. Like, what do I say? Like, I can't say anything. So I'll answer the phone and then just sit there with dead air. And then eventually the other person will go like, hello. And if it was, my mom or something, then I think maybe I was comfortable saying one or two words. Overall, I was still pretty afraid of the phone. But if it was a family friend who knew about me and my condition, then they would kind of know that I was just there, sitting on the other end listening. And they'd say like, can you get your mom for me? And stuff like that. I'm the youngest. My brother's 3 years older than me. My sister's 3 years older than he is. My sister, being the oldest, was old enough to be aware of what was going on and why it affected me, the youngest. So she had almost like a motherly instinct towards me. I remember being a little brat and like not wanting to put on pants in the morning before going to school. I was just being really, really bratty about it. It was at my dad's house. I remember he like spanked me for it. Which is, not a big deal in the scheme of like ways that you could hit your kid, but I just remember being really upset and crying about it and wanting to even less so put on my pants. So, me being a little kid, not wanting to put on pants, like, whatever, but I just felt so alone. My sister sort of after my dad was finished and left the room, sort of came in and like helped me put them on and explained to me everything. And yeah, so my sister sort of had this protective aura for me. My brother is, both because he's older, but also because he likes a lot of the same things as my dad, had a better relationship with him. Like whenever my dad would be angry at me for being into stuff I'm into, like being on the computer, my brother was like also into the things my dad was into, like fixing cars and like driving cars and tools and stuff like that. So like they got along pretty well. I think my brother still sort of didn't have a great relationship with him. I'm 29, and this is the first time in my life that I've ever seeked out a community of mute people. And you know, it turns out there's a Discord server for them. I actually haven't met anyone else who had the same thing that I had. I guess I would call myself a recovered selective mute, but a lot of people in the server are completely mute for psychological reasons. There's people who are completely mute for physical reasons, like they actually got a chunk of their throat blown off, or you know, they were never able to talk from birth or something like that. There's people who are considering becoming mute, people who are well above child age, but they say, a lot of times the story's the same. They say, I talk a lot and my mouth gets me into a lot of trouble because of it, so I would like to become mute. Some people even ask, like, is there a way for me to mutilate myself temporarily to make myself be physically mute so that I can prevent myself from talking and getting into trouble? And that was a little odd to me. Firstly, do you really want to remove one of, like, it's basically the closest thing to a sense that you have without being a sense. Like, you really want to remove your ability to communicate easily with other people. Can you try to solve this with therapy or something first instead of going to such an extreme option? I'm all for you if you're like sound of mind, take a vow of silence. Like that's what you should do if you're in that situation. Like, take a vow of silence. Don't physically mutilate yourself. But also just the vast range of diversity of people in that server, like people who have never said a word and they're now in their 30s and they've literally never said a word. It's like really interesting to hear their stories and to hear how they get around in the world, how they get around in relationships and stuff like that. The weird thing about being mute for 9 years is that everyone knows you're mute. And so how do you stop like that? Like, how do you make that character change? It's almost like you have hair that's down to your ankles, and then you know you want to cut it off, but you don't want to freak everyone out being like, they might not even recognize you, right? If you cut off all your hair and like become bald. So you kind of have to like choose this tactical point to just stop being mute. And for me, it was, I think, the start of 3rd grade or maybe the start of 4th grade, where like I basically decided to myself over the summer that I was ready. I felt like I had spent the last couple of years being mute just because that's what people see me as. You know, I've been mute for so long, so that's what I have to continue being. But I was just kind of sick of it. Like, this is just a character that I've built up for myself, and I don't want to be it anymore. So let's just stop. And I think it was the first day of school, I just started behaving as if I was never mute. And like, I was just talking to people who I had known forever, and they would be like, whoa, what? They'd like point at me, and I would just kind of, you know, what else can you do but pretend like it's not a big deal. What I ended up doing was just pretending like it wasn't a big deal, but you know, of course it was, and I'm very happy I finally did it. But that's how I stopped being mute.
How did your mom react when you made the decision? Did she know? Did you tell her, oh hey mom, I'm going to be doing this in 3rd grade?
I don't think I told her. I do think that it got back to her from the school somehow. I think I remember that she was very happy when I came home one day and kind of, you know, doing the same thing that a friend would do when they hear their friend talk for the first time, but with the whole motherly aspect, like just, you know, very happy and like clapping and all that kind of stuff. I did have to go to speech therapy class because I didn't know how to use this thing, right? I didn't know how to say a lot of words. It's actually a miracle that I could say anything at all, but I did have problems with my S's. I would say S like a F, like almost like a TH. And so I do remember like having to get pulled out of class a lot to go to speech therapy and learn how to say S properly. I do feel like I still have some mumbling issues as well. I used to be really bad at it, like middle school, high school. I actually used to record a podcast with a friend, and looking back on it now, like listening to those episodes again, it's very embarrassing to hear how mumbly I am. Like, how timid my voice always was. And so that's something I'm always trying to work on. By being mute, you attract a certain type of person. And by being not mute, you probably don't want to be friends with that person anymore because they're used to talking to themselves and to hearing themselves talk. But I want to talk now. Like, I want to talk now. When you've been mute for 9 years, or even if you are just a quiet person, when you talk, people listen. People listen a lot when you're mute for 9 years, or if you just like stay quiet a lot with your friend group. It's almost like a superpower. When you start a sentence, everyone shuts up and looks at you, and it's actually fantastic to develop that superpower, and you can develop it. Anyone can develop it, and I highly recommend that some people, try that out with maybe a new group of friends that they're making.
I highly recommend some people just shut the fuck up sometimes.
I was mentioning earlier that shyness and muteness are two different things, but I do feel I spent another 15 or so years after that event being shy, not wanting to rock the boat. It's better to not say anything and be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. That's one of the quotes that I lived by for a long time. Now I'd say it's a clever quote, but I don't know if I would live by it. It's a pretty extreme thing. For a long time, even if I had something important to say and was not mute, I would still kind of like wait for a natural pause, a natural break in the sentence, and my threshold for what a natural break was like much longer than others. Like I would wait until there's like almost awkward silence level of break in the conversation before bringing anything up. That's one of the things that like slowly over time I'm able to bring that down. I still have a problem interrupting people when they're talking. Interrupting is a bad thing. Like I understand that interrupting is a bad thing, but sometimes interrupting is good. It's good to have the ability to interrupt someone and break that rule when you need it. Like if they're about to tell you a really long story and you've heard it before. I sometimes just like sit there and wait until there's a natural break, which might be at the end of the story, and then I'll say, I've heard that before, and that person is like now mad, right, because I didn't interrupt them. So that's something I still kind of struggle with.
If you could tell everyone in the world one thing, what would it be?
People talk about natural selection and evolution like it's something that happened, but it's something that happens and you're not at the end of it, you're in the middle of it. It took me a while to like get that through my head, and once I could, then I could finally understand that I'm not normal, I'm not perfect. There is no normal, there is no perfect. We're all just like chains in this link that will keep going on forever. And if you can understand that, then I think maybe that will help you to identify any issues that you have, rather than assume that they are issues with the world at large. And that really helped me to understand, it's okay to think about my mutism, and it's okay to think about my social anxiety. In fact, it's okay to research them online to see if I have had them, because who knows if you have anxiety? I had a lot of issues with anxiety that I didn't know were issues with anxiety. I thought it was just once in a while people would just be annoying all day to me, and then the next day they'd be fine again. And understanding that was a me thing and not a them thing was really, really important for eventually fixing the issue.
That kid, Ted, that I was playing Half-Life with, while I was in the Navy, during my second deployment, he was the passenger of somebody who was driving drunk. And this kid skid off the road and hit a telephone pole. My friend Ted died. The driver lived. So the driver essentially killed my friend. And nobody told me about it while I was on deployment because they didn't want me to be upset. It was the first of my friends to pass away. And then when I came back, one of my other friends, his name was Luke, he ended up in rehab. He was on heroin. My other friend John ended up as an alcoholic. All these people just, I don't know what it was, man. All these people just ended up hooked on heroin or alcohol, and that was it. A lot of people from my high school ended up addicted to heroin. Between 2005 and 2015, there was like a really big heroin epidemic. I'm from like Long Island, New York, and that's where I moved after Queens. And on Long Island, there was like a huge heroin epidemic between 2005 and 2015. It started with like the doctors overprescribing Oxycontin and Percocets and Vicodin and stuff to their patients. And then everyone started getting addicted to those, and those pills are opiates. You know, when people ran out of money or couldn't afford the pills anymore, then they turned to heroin, because heroin's cheaper, it's made from opiates also, and it's just as addictive. A lot of people turned into heroin addicts, and my friend Dave, he kept injecting himself in the same arm over and over and over again. And he had this gash on his arm that literally looked like a vagina. That's how many times he kept injecting the same spot over and over again. He had this like disgusting wound. 2 years after having that kind of gash, he just died. He died. I joined the Navy in 2006, and I was gone until 2010. And when I came back to New York, and I was living on Long Island again, it must have been like 2012. And that's when I started hearing about a lot of different people getting into heroin and all this other stuff. A lot of people I knew were like overdosing, and I don't know, it just sucks. So, I don't know, it was a really shitty situation all around. These people. It's really crazy to think about it. Like, my parents moved me out of Queens because the neighborhood was getting bad. And what happened was we went from like weed to heroin. And so all the people that I knew in Queens ended up doing fine in life. And all the people in Long Island in these like nice suburbs and shit ended up as like heroin addicts. It's a really weird dichotomy to think about. And they were like given everything in life. Like, these are, you know, spoiled, rotten, suburban fucking kids that were just given everything. And they all ended up on heroin and just tossing their lives away. The thing is, like, in high school, I was only
Blindness is no impairment against a smerry enemy.
Any other blind jokes you want to make while on the Saboteur?
Typically, they're spur of the moment. I don't usually see them coming. I was 6 months old. I wasn't interacting with any toys. I wasn't interacting with anything in front of my face. And they're like, is there some neurological problem? They had me do a bunch of tests, and then they're like, oh yeah, no, he's fine. He's just blind. A lot of my, I guess, relationships, whether it be romantic or just friends or whatever, subside on the internet. So I guess VR chat is like a good place to mediate that if we're not in Discord or something. I was like, oh, okay, I'll give you some. Cool, my sister brought me tea, that's cool, thank you. It is hot. Hot tea on a hot day. I like it. You know, freshman, sophomore year, I ended up joining, like I said, swim team because I've always been swimming, and I had to basically memorize the amount of strokes I took before I had to like flip or whatever. My coach found a sneaky way to get me into state. She's like, I think it'd be really cool. She ended up putting me in the AWD, Americans with Disabilities. I'm gonna be honest, I would have rather not gone to state just because I don't really like the notion of, you know, being disabled because I'm in a weird position. Using a VR headset, I think, is a great analogy for my vision. Your lens in the VR headset breaks, or it's out of focus, or whatever. You can just go buy a new lens or refocus your lens, which is kind of what glasses do. But me, I have a bunch of retinal issues, like bullseye maculopathy, corneal dystrophy, stigmatism, and nystagmus. Just a bunch of stuff. Actually, some of those refer to the lens, but whatever. That's besides the point. Basically, like, you can't just fix that, you know? Well, maybe with a VR headset you can, but you can't just go and fix the retina, at least right now. I mean, they're making advances towards it, but it's actually interesting because I don't notice it, but they did a bunch of tests, right? Like, I was basically a guinea pig. I was given, you know, $60, and they took a bunch of tests on my eyes. They said that, like, the center of my vision does not exist, right? And I'm just sitting here like, I've never noticed that because it was from birth, right? Because it was a bunch of genetic stuff. I have a 24-inch screen, right? I sit anywhere between 4 and 6 inches away, sometimes even closer if I'm trying to read something or see something or whatever. It's kind of bad. Typically when I tell people, you know, I'm legally blind or whatever, my vision's awful, they try to be empathetic slash sympathetic, well, I guess we're sympathetic, but in like a way of pity almost is what I feel. And I'm like, no, stop, please. I don't like that because I can do most of what you can do. There's some things like I can't legally drive or, you know, fly or whatever. I don't think I can get a concealed carry. At least, wait, like, as in you don't have the ability to, or you don't have like 2020?
Doesn't have a pilot's license.
Oh no, he means physically like a bird. I think. You don't know what I mean.
If it'll make you feel better, we could be really mean to you to even it out.
That's okay, I appreciate the gesture though. I had like specialists that would teach me how to navigate, which I thought was like dumb. I understood the intention, like I wasn't mad at them, like I got it, they were trying to help me. They taught me how to use landmarks, which I thought was like the most funny thing ever, because they would choose landmarks like that really, I guess, deformed tree, right? But it was next to like 20 other trees. So I'm like, okay, I remember that one specifically. I've actively tried to make it like a background thing, and I think I've succeeded because a lot of people, like say my younger siblings, their friends, or even their friends' parents, you know, I'll interact with them occasionally just because they'll come over or whatever. My little brothers or little sisters or whatever, they'll be like, oh, yeah, my brother's blind, and so the parents will be like, what? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm legally blind, and they're like, I had no idea, and I'm like, achievement unlocked, stealth 100, etc. I don't like being labeled as someone who can't do something as well as anyone else, right? So that has driven me to do a lot of things. I make music first and foremost, more video gamey slash electronic sounding stuff, right? Sort of playing to the strengths of blind, right? Or playing to the strengths of being blind, rather. No! Oh my god, yeah, you screw up once and it's like, ah! Sorry! Oh my god, I keep missing notes. It's like, Oh, what are you, blind? I swear to god! I don't know if you can tell, I like Porter Robbins. So, about the blind thing. I went to a school, it was this small residential slash boarding school type thing for blind students, right? And so at first I did not want to go. I was like, no, I'm fine, I'm not going to do that. And then, you know, I started thinking about it and I was like, you know what, I'll go because you're living at the school, you know, basically. You visit home every other weekend and on holidays. I am going to go there so I can learn more about how to live independently, you know. I was excited. And I was like, I asked them though, I was like, okay, can I be put in advanced classes and can I not have a roommate? Because I can converse well with people, but especially in my personal areas, I don't like having other people, right? I don't like worrying about their stuff. I don't like worrying about my stuff in their stuff. They're like, yeah, sure, that that can be arranged. I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be exciting. I'm gonna have classes that don't bore me to death, and I'm going to be able to, have my own room, my own living quarters. I get there, bring all of my stuff. I brought my piano, I brought my keyboard, like typing keyboard. I brought my computer. So I was like, all right, let's do this. I start bringing all my stuff in. There's another bed in the room. And I'm like, excuse me? Oh yeah, this will be your roommate, Bruce. And I was like, roommate? Excuse me? They're like, oh yeah, we don't have any space here. And I'm like, you told me I wasn't gonna have a roommate because you explicitly told me that you had space over there. And like, yeah, well, you're not allowed to go over there. A lot of excuses. So I'm like, okay, whatever. Bruce ended up being cool, but it was still just the whole, keeping your word thing, which annoyed me. A lot of the time, visual disabilities are just a side effect of mental disabilities, right? And I don't mean this in any derogatory way at all. The way the school was set up was more catered towards autistic students because the majority of the student populace was autistic. I'm sitting there and they're like, this is how you use Windows. This is how you, because it was accessibility in tech, right? I'm like, I literally live on the computer. I know how to do this. And I even taught my teachers some shortcuts that because they were using Windows 7, we're on Windows 10. It's not Control Y, it's Control Shift Z. She was a cool teacher and she understood where I was coming from, but they wouldn't take me out of that class. The next class was like living on your own class, except in its most basic form, teaching you the 5 food groups, teaching you what different clothes are made out of, like the difference between nylon and cotton, and how to cook basic meals like pancakes. I was like, okay, I know how to do this already. And basically that continued for the rest of the day. I was annoyed because I was promised advanced classes and I didn't want to have a roommate. Like they told me I wouldn't have a roommate and they told me I'd be in advanced classes and I don't see those classes. And so, we talked and basically came to the conclusion, maybe they haven't just set it up yet, gave them the benefit of the doubt, but it gets even worse. So I get back after classes or whatever. We have dinner in this separate building called the mess hall. We go over there, I eat, I almost get sick because the food hurt my stomach a lot. I called it prison food more in the sense because it was essentially the same thing, being as they were both food that were funded by the government. We would get corn dogs without sticks, and I'd be like, why? And they'd be like, oh yeah, because these are the same corn dogs we give to prison people. And I was like, oh, that's nice. Hey friends, you wanna eat my food because I'm not going to. And I get back. I started playing the piano, or whatever. My piano's low, right? Like me talking was louder than the piano. They come in at like 10 p.m. I look at them like, what are you doing? And they're like, oh, we're checking in on you. And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, we check in on you every 30 minutes from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. every night. What? They would ignore me, they would talk over me, they would whatever, act like I couldn't do anything of my own accord, I guess. Constantly tried to accompany me everywhere. Even to the bathroom. Oh my god. It was like, oh my god, why? But I think it was more of a liability thing because, if I got lost or decided to leave campus or whatever, they'd be liable for that, especially because at the time I was 17. I was not an adult. But this lady, she was like, you have to be accompanied if you're going back there. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I just want to brush my teeth. Let me brush my teeth, please. She took me and she's like, I think you're going to be late. And I'm like, I kept trying to tell her, I've discussed this with multiple people, it's okay because they understand what I'm doing. And most of the time I'm not late anyway. But she kept like saying, oh, I don't think you're going to be on time. You probably shouldn't do this, blah, 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 blah. And so I went to the bathroom and shut the door. She was saying the same stuff through my door while I'm brushing my teeth. The bell ended up ringing as I was brushing my teeth, finishing up or whatever. And so I come out and she's like, see, I told you you'd be late. And I just stopped. I'm like, all right, listen, I have acknowledged your points. Like, I have acknowledged that you have been talking. If you want me to continue doing that, you need to do the same because I'm getting really tired of listening to you over talking me. I have tried to explain several times that I have talked to people and that it's okay. They said it was okay for me to do this. She just gave me like this, the whole blind thing, can't tell. I just knew it was the sort of disapproving look. It was a mess. I ended up getting kicked out actually after getting arrested. Basically what happened is I was coming from the mess hall. They lock all the doors to all the dorms in school or whatever when not in use for security. So people can't just walk in who aren't a part of the school. Like you had to be a staff member to get through those doors initially. And so I got there, I started hanging on the little, on the door handle or whatever. Different lady, she's like, you need to stop. It was weird. I think it was me being kind of a jerk, but at the same time, me also just trying to not get nasty tone from the get-go. Because at this point, this was like 4 months in, and I was just kind of done with it. I just ignored her.
Is he crying?
What are you crying about, little birdie?
This birdie's like 4 times the size of you.
We went to a hospital. We just had the names 1 and 2. There was the names they had given. We went there and checked and didn't find anything. And there was a plastic box, very, very tiny, like the size of your hand maybe, depending on how tall your hand is or how big your hand is. And you open it and you pretty much saw that there were bodies. So, I mean, very, very little and not completely evolved human babies, twins to be precise, floating in alcohol to preserve them. We took them with us. We even clothed them like very tiny baby clothing, and we buried them in a very, very shoebox-sized coffin. That was an interesting experience, to say the least. Everything above 500 grams has to be buried. Sometimes we do the funeral on the cases we also retrieve. I did the funeral for those twins as well. Just imagine the coffin is the size of a shoebox and 2 very big grown men leading that coffin into the ground via what do you call them, ropes.
So was there like their family attending? You said it was like a legal thing where they had to bury the twins.
Yes, the whole family, the mother, the father, everyone, even the grandparents, everyone who knew the mother pretty much attended the funeral. It was a big funeral.
Did the headstone have a more fitting name than just like 1 and 2?
I don't know what the headstone is like. The headstone always comes weeks after the funeral, so I don't know. The people that make the headstones are completely different and separate from us. They pretty much only do headstones.
Do you see yourself doing this in the long term?
Do not take it wrong, I absolutely love my job, as weird as it sounds to say. I don't know if I will continue doing this. Probably.
Does it ever feel like you're overcharging the people?
I shouldn't be saying this, but yes. There's a lot of things here and there that I don't quite agree with. For example, let's say you go into a hospital and retrieve a dead body. Let's just call him Bob for comfort. Bob.
I feel like Bob is still the go-to default name in German.
Let's just say you get Bob, and then you have to go with Bob to a separate station. There, someone has to confirm that the corpse in the coffin is indeed Bob. The way he does it, he opens the coffin, and those plastic things attached to a string on a toe where it says a name and date of death. He looks at that, looks at the coffin, because we also have a paper on the coffin with the name and date and everything, and just says, okay, that's probably Bob, and that costs $100.
Have you ever met anyone kind of repulsed by your job?
Yes, that also happens regularly. The funny thing is, that happens mostly in the hospital or the senior home, by the caretakers. There was one time we went to the senior home and bought an old lady that died recently. We already go there with a coffin. We put the body in a coffin and just leave with the back door, never the front door. That's not the thing you should do. And there was a caretaker that saw us on our way back. I think she pretty much lost control and just ran. Like, she had stuff in her hands. The stuff flew on the ground, shattering. That happens sometimes.
Do you ever have to sort of do certain religious things as part of the job for certain families?
I don't specifically have to, but it's frowned upon to not sometimes participate. But it doesn't bother me. Sometimes in a churchyard, there's a little house where you put the graveyard in, so the family and friends can say their last farewells. I don't know if you have them in Canada. You put the coffin in there, the body is already in the coffin, but it's closed. The family and friends say their last goodbyes and farewells, and there's a priest spraying some holy water around, saying his prayers, and then you go with the coffin to the burial site in the graveyard itself and bury it. I've gotten so much holy water on myself, I should be holy myself by now.
Do you feel like you have any specific advice for someone who's dealing with loss?
Different people require different things that they have to do. Some people just have to cry their soul out. Some people just at some point accept it and deal with it. Like I said, it's very different. I just can't say anything up front how to handle it because it's different for everyone. If I had to give one advice, it probably would be think about it. Don't force yourself to anything. If you feel like crying, cry. If you feel like talking, talk to anyone. Talking always helps. At the beginning, I only attended normal funerals, coffin funerals, 4 magicians carrying the coffin to the place they bury you and lowering the coffin and then closing the grave. That is what you do from the beginning. But at some point, when you're more experienced and comfortable, you also do urn burials completely alone. You open a hole for the urn. When the funeral starts, you carry the urn to the grave, put it in the ground, close it up yourself. It's not hard, it's just you're alone, you have to get used to it. Every eye is on you. If you don't like that, then you shouldn't be doing it. A colleague of mine and I, we went to a home of someone. He was a husband living with his wife and 2 daughters. The husband was drunk, beat the kids. The woman wanted to protect the kids from her husband. The husband then proceeded to get a knife and stab the woman to death while she was protecting her children. He chained himself to the radiator and burned up the whole place afterwards, so everyone in there died. And we went there and got them. That was not fun.
Oh no!
Oh no!
No, I will not fall down! I refuse to fall down! Not today, not today! Nope.
Parkour. We're in the workshop and we get a call. Hey, let's just say there's a man that died. His name is blah 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 Bob. Let's call him Bob again. He died at the age of 84. He's there and there. Go get him. Come by us. Get the papers because you need the papers, like a certificate that he's actually dead, that you are allowed to pick him up. Then you get in the car, get your coffin ready, put the coffin into the car, drive there. Sometimes in a limousine. It's like really high end, You stop there, you talk to the family members, very friendly, always be friendly and very neutral, but not too neutral. You don't have to sound like you don't care, but you also don't have to sound like you are grieving over it. And say our farewell to the family members, then drive back. Not once, every day, probably like 6, 7, 8, 9 times.
If someone told you they were considering becoming a mortician, is there anything you'd tell them to take into consideration?
I have no idea what it's called. You go for one day to work there just to see and feel things. And if you don't have any problem, continue. Don't just jump right into everything because that's gonna mess you up. Just be careful, mindful, and always remember you are dealing with people.
If you could tell everybody in the world one thing, what would it be?
Do not look at what might happen, bad things in the future. Try to think about what's happening now, what you're feeling now, and what's important to you at this moment, and try to get those things done first. Because when you're in a position that you think you're satisfied with and you're fine with, then you can think about what's gonna happen in the future. That's probably something I would say to someone. My job is very, let's say, non-child friendly.
So you like work at a Tide Pod factory?
Well, no.
It's the most unkid friendly job there is.
Well, haven't they actually started writing on those Tide Pod things? Very big, do not eat, stay away, hide it from your children and stuff like that?
Kids can't read.
Before I started working as a mortician, I just went to school like anybody else and looked for a job. And my girlfriend at that time also searched for me. She was already done with work. She worked for 5 years and she helped me search. And she found this article on a newspaper saying that in that genre of field, you always need people. No one wants to do that. I mean, kind of understandable, you know. And I thought, hey, I don't think I have a problem with dead people and working with death pretty much. So I just tried it, you know, as curiosity killed the cat, you know. She wasn't really fond of it, but it was always like this. I come home from work, I do not tell her anything what I did, I do not tell her anything at all, just leave out work and continue living. I mean, of course, as a very young child, you always dream of being a firefighter, an astronaut, whatever. My plan actually was to become a teacher, an English teacher. That didn't turn out quite well. I remember there were 2 people that interviewed me. They were very, you know, very strict, wearing suits and very, what do you say, what do you call them? What do you think of Germans? Those were those people. They didn't ask me anything in particular, just a normal job interview, you know?
They were like, if you're up for doing this, you're qualified.
Pretty much, yeah. Of course, they warned me if I really want to do this, if I know that I can handle it, if I have any experiences prior to the job with death, but that's about it, I guess. Just a normal job interview.
Just a normal job interview where they ask you if you've experienced death in your life.
Well, yeah, that's...
That's what they ask at McDonald's too. They're like, yeah, you can put a beef patty together, but have you ever known what it's like to lose a loved one? That's required to serve a Happy Meal.
It was just, okay, work tomorrow, have fun, come at 8.
What was the first day of work like?
It was interesting. I remember it like it was yesterday. I went there, they gave me a tie. I had to wear my own suit every day. You had to wear the same suit every day and it had to look perfect. I came to the job and it was just, okay, you're new, let's just start very softly. Just come with us, just watch and see for yourself. You don't have to really do anything on the first day. We went to a hospital. And that was the first time I saw an actual dead body. The 2 people I went there with were very nice people, very, very cool people. And they asked me if I want to maybe come closer, take a better look at it, maybe even touch it, just to get the experience, you know, And I did. I was curious, you know. It was weird. It was a very weird experience. Just like in the movies, you open that sort of cabinet thing, roll it out, and he's just there. Like nothing special. And it's very, very engraved in my mind how stone hard and stone cold that body was. It was very unnatural for me. That's about it for the first day. We went back to the workshop, built some coffins together, and just talked. Pretty chill people.
Did you ever get used to the feeling of the dead bodies?
Oh, definitely. You get used to all of it very fast. It's amazing what the human brain can do. In, I don't know, 1 week or so, you don't even think about it. It's normal. Just do your job and whatever, you know. Just like filling out papers in a bureau or whatever. The stuff you do varies from, you know, the standard stuff you probably think about. Burials, funerals, urn burials, preparing the funeral, but also like preparing the dead bodies, meaning washing them, cleaning them, clothing them, whatever. Maybe sometimes put makeup on them if they wish to. Getting dead bodies from hospitals, senior homes.
Did you yourself go to physically retrieve bodies?
Yes, yes, every day. It was in Munich. It's a very big city, and there were a lot of dead people. There would also be homes sometimes. Yeah, it would. In very rare occasions, it would also be from a street or from under the train or stuff like that. Anywhere you can imagine is possible. If it's just in a senior home, of course, there's gonna be a doctor and the nurses or the caretakers seeing them first and checking if they're just very asleep. Let's just say it was an accident, like a car accident, a train accident, whatever, it doesn't matter. Then there's police first, then there's a doctor to see if he or she is actually dead. Then you have to get the certificate that they are certainly dead. Then the mortician comes. Also when we, let me just phrase it like this, looted the corpse.
Wait, what does that entail?
Well, the corpse is not always as a whole, so sometimes there are pieces all over the place. That's why I call it loot.
Like you'd have to pick up severed pieces somewhere else.
Yes. If it was a train accident, then 100% yes. It sounds heavy, yeah, and when I think about it, it still sounds weird to me, but that's just normal now, I guess. I mean, I've seen it like, 30, 40, 50 times. You get used to it. At one point, one of my colleagues, we were 3 people searching for pieces. There was one man, he was 40 or so, it was a suicide. He ran in front of the train. We were picking the pieces, here's an arm, there's a leg, there's whatever, you can't identify it. And a colleague of mine just grabbed his head and just walked around with his head like a lantern, brought it to the main place where we collected it all to put it in a plastic or a corpse sack. I don't know what they are called. I don't even know in German what they are called.
Like a body bag?
Yeah, probably that. I just wanted to say it's normal at some point. You get used to it.
I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of scary in VR. Charlie, I can see your Winnie the Pooh shadow. When you're looking at me, you can see the shadow on the wall of Winnie the Pooh. You look like a vicious monster.
Probably also one of the most disgusting cases. It was a man who also jumped in front of a train, but he was totally destroyed. You couldn't even see there was a human before. The only parts you could identify was an arm and maybe, I don't know, a half piece of a foot. It was gruesome. Seeing it is not as much as actually grabbing it and feeling it, because when an arm, for example, is not attached to your body, it's very mushy and soft and not like you used to. When your arm is attached to your body, it's still connected with the rest of it, so the skin pretty much makes it a layer to stretch. When it's not attached, it's open at one side, so the flesh can just pretty much go wherever it wants. Imagine like you cut an orange or a very big orange in half, let it sit in the sun for 2 hours and then just squish it. Pretty much what it feels like.
That's a very specific description.
It's probably the best example I can think of right now, what it feels like. But that was horrifying, I'm completely honest.
Do any of them still sort of like creep into your thoughts every now and then, like you'll think of a particular person?
There's a few that I sometimes think about. There was a woman, a very young and very beautiful woman. Even though it's weird to call a corpse or a dead body in general beautiful, she was. They went to Australia, I think, to a big concert they had, and she landed in the coffin with a bullet between her eyes. That was weird. The only thing special about it is that she was shot and actually murdered and not died of an accident or age or whatever. But overall, I would say there's worse things. The things people always ask about, just like, did you ever bury a child? I mean, yes, of course I did. It's not great, but it's part of life.
What was that experience like?
Since I don't have children myself, it was probably easier for me. My colleagues all had children. You think about it afterwards, You think about life, what could happen at any moment. That child didn't want to die. He didn't choose to. His life just ended. At that moment, he didn't even know. So you think about it a lot, you know. And I also think a lot about life, living my life in a moment and not thinking about, you know, what would happen, what could happen. I try not to think about it. I just try to live, have fun, and be grateful.
Certainly faster than before, and it was enough to reach Birdo an egg cycle earlier to save a full 5 seconds. Finally, in 1-2 there was one last glitch. This one was discovered by Control-Alt-Destroy in November 2009. If you hop on the carpet, then move to the left to respawn another one, when it appears, you can approach it from the side and pick up the Pidgey. The combination of two carpet sprites on screen, and the fact that Toad is holding the Pidgey, means the carpet will then move in hyperspeed. You can fly to the end of the level, and potentially get to Birdo a cycle sooner. These glitches combined could save over 10 seconds, and the other stages weren't entirely optimized either. So, a final time under 9 minutes was conceivable given the current record of 9:14. The question was, who was going to get there first? Well, in August 2012, a player named Sven was able to get closer, beating Menbu's run by 3 seconds. Unfortunately, although this run was live-streamed on Twitch, he never saved the broadcast, so video of it no longer exists. However, this run wouldn't stand for too long anyway, because later that same month, an old school runner came back. On August 25th, 2012, Andrew G posted this time. This was the first ever recorded sub 9-minute run of Super Mario Bros. 2, and it was legendary. He built up a 7-second lead over the record in World 1 from the new glitches and cleaning up mistakes from Menbu. But the time saves didn't stop there. Menbu fell down the ladder in 7-1 and had a relatively slow Hawkmouth kill in 7-2, allowing Andrew to save another 9 seconds. Between the glitches and the World 7 time saves, it was enough to get him an incredible 8:58. This run would end up standing for a few months. It was daunting to try to get out of World 1 with all the tricks you needed to hit, and even if you did, the next 7 levels weren't much easier. But in November 2012, somebody else came back. This time, it was Kak. And on November 18th, he managed to get an 8:52, beating Andrew by 6 seconds. Most of his time saves came in the back half of the run, like when he successfully executed a throw on Wart that Andrew missed. It was the first time in 5 years that Kak officially held the Mario 2 record. But there was something very special about this run. Remember how in Andrew's 8:58, the run that Kak beat, he double jumped in 1-1, clipped through the ground with the Shy Guy, and did the carpet trick in 1-2? Well, Kak didn't do any of that. He beat Andrew's 8:58 with a glitch-free 8:52. So, how did he do it? Well, Kak lost 5 seconds in 1-1 because he didn't do the work, meaning he got to Birdo an egg cycle later. But in Andrew's 1-2, he was actually barely slow enough to miss making it to Birdo a cycle earlier, meaning he didn't save any time over a glitch-free stage. So, Kak managed to not lose any time there. Even with a glitch-free World 1, he was only 5 seconds behind Andrew. And from there, Kak had some time he knew he could save. Andrew had hesitated a bit in 6-2 while jumping across the gap, and had a slow Birdo kill where he missed the throw. Kak was able to improve in both areas and save 4 more seconds. But the biggest time save in the entire run was in 7-2. As was mentioned before, he saved 5 seconds from hitting a throw on Wart that Andrew missed. However, he saved another 5 seconds from arriving at Wart fast enough to catch an earlier vegetable cycle. Just like Birdo's eggs, Wart's vegetables are shot out every 256 frames. By tightening his movement in 7-2, he was able to scrape just enough time saved together to arrive at Wart a couple seconds sooner, catching the early vegetable. In total, he saved 10 seconds in the last stage, allowing him to beat Andrew's record without glitches. As it turns out, CAC reportedly had gotten times as low as 8:54 back in 2010, but didn't always record them. So, that begs the question. If CAC could get times in the low 850s without glitches, what could he do with them? As you'd expect, messages of congratulation poured in from across the community. This was 20 seconds ahead of his glitchless run. It was by far the greatest run of Super Mario Bros. 2 ever performed. Just like Andrew's run, he saved 5 seconds in 1-1 from doing the warp. In 1-2, he added in an additional trick to save even more time. After riding on the carpet, he threw a potion on top of a veggie and went in the door. He then immediately left, and on the first frame possible after leaving, he picked up the veggie beneath him. This caused it to get stuck in his head, rather than being carried like normal. Typically, veggies can't be carried from room to room. However, since it was stuck in his head, this didn't apply. So he was able to take it into the boss room and defeat Birdo with it extremely quickly, saving a whopping 6 seconds over the glitchless route. That meant that coming out of World 1, he was 11 seconds ahead of his record. But it didn't stop there. In 4-1, he did another double jump to avoid having to hesitate. In 6-2, he did multiple double jumps over the long gap to prevent slowdowns. In 6-3, instead of going all the way over to pick up the Shy Guy to jump over the wall, CAC used a strategy invented by Jeff Sledge, where he threw a potion and jumped off of that. And in 7-1, he was able to successfully pull off the fast ladder climbs like Andrew G did. In short, it was remarkable how close to perfection the speedrun was. CAC actually calculated that all remaining possible time save could only lower the record by 6 seconds. That meant that according to CAC, the perfect Mario 2 speedrun would be 8:26. He was that close to perfection. But ultimately, he didn't want to try taking it down any further. CAC's 8:32 was from June 2013. A year later, it was still at the top of the leaderboard, with second place nearly 20 seconds behind. A year after that, nothing had changed. 8:32 was still on top by a mile. It was that good of a run. But then, in September 2015, the record finally got a new challenger. The person's name, fittingly, was I Love Mario. He was a top-level runner of a handful of platformers, including Blaster Master, Mario 3, and Mario World. But in September 2015, I Love Mario started to focus all of his efforts onto Super Mario Bros. 2, and lowered his personal best from the 840s into the 830s. By September 22nd, he was just 3 seconds behind the record. Much of where he was looking to save time over the record was with the Birdo kills in World 6. In 6-1, Birdo actually jumped over CAC's first shot. In total, I Love Mario knew he could save about 4 seconds in World 6 from faster boss kills alone. That took him close to the theoretically perfect 8:26. On September 23rd, he got on a run that was about even with the record after Worlds 1 and 4. He knew he had time left to save. He was gonna try to take down CAC's 8:32. This run would end up finishing with a time of 8:32.1, beating Cac's record by a fraction of a second. I Love Mario was the new world record holder. His biggest notable mistake was in 6-2, when he got caught up on a ledge at the end of the second room. However, he got most of the Birdo kills he was looking for, and the vast majority of the run looked clean. At the very least, it was enough to just edge out Cac's record. But apparently, that wasn't enough for I Love Mario, because the next day, he got an 8:30. It took 2 years for anybody to beat Cac's 832, but it took I Love Mario just 1 day to beat his own 832. This run was virtually identical to his last record, except he cleaned up the mistake in 6-2 to save a bit over a second. The world record was now just 4 seconds away from Cac's hypothetical 826. The record calmed down for a few months after this. I Love Mario had shown his dominance at the category, and a time of 8:30 was good enough for him. But by early 2016, yet another runner would come along. He got his personal best into the 8:30s, and by March 2016, he was at the point where he felt he could take the record from I Love Mario. And maybe, just maybe, take it into the 820s. This is BJW. BJW's initial goal wasn't to go for the world record, but once he got close, he found a few imperfections in I Love Mario's run that he thought he could improve. One of the biggest ones was in 6-1. The record's vase room could have been cleaner, especially hopping up out of the sand after grabbing the key. BJW knew he could be quicker and not take such a wide angle, allowing for a smoother trip up to the top. There were also improvements to the Birdo kills he could get by rapid firing the mushroom blocks quicker. With these improvements combined, getting an 829 was feasible, even if the rest of the run wasn't absolutely perfect. So he got to work. On March 7th, he had a run that gained a second in World 1 from a really fast Birdo kill. He also gained a second in 6-1 from a faster transition after picking up the key. So, going into World 7, BJW had a shot at pulling this off. As he flew through the last world, the gravity of the situation suddenly became very real to him. He could do this.
Guys. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
Well, that certainly was a sub 830. As it turns out, his World 7 was nearly flawless. He dashed up the ladders in 7-1, nailed 7-2, and had the perfect wart kill at the end. But as great as it was, BJW still wasn't entirely satisfied with this record.
It's not over yet, guys. This game needs an 827 at least. It's not over, but the first hard part's done.
So BJW acknowledged that 827 was possible. But what about Cac's original perfect time of 826? Well, we have to break down the run and look at what time was left to be saved. In 1-3, it was possible to grab the snippet at the start of the stage from below so that max speed could be achieved earlier. This would save a fraction of a second over the record. It was also possible to be slightly faster at the start of 1-2 when moving on to the second carpet. By cutting the turn back tighter, you could potentially save another fraction of a second. And of course, it was possible to be faster on a couple of the Birdo fights. In 6-2, the orb landed and bounced in the wrong direction for BJW, meaning he had to waste a fraction of a second going to get it. A few other fights could be improved by tiny amounts as well with faster execution. Taking all the aforementioned time saves into account, it was theoretically possible to take the record down to 826 and match Cac's theoretical perfect time. And when I Love Mario came back later that month to take the record from BJW, he realized that the 826 might not be that unreasonable after all. On May 27th, 2016, I Love Mario made history. It wasn't just an 826. It was a low 826. He got the sniff it grab, the Birdo kills, the ladder jumps, the glitches, and all the movement. CAC's 826 had happened. Truth be told, 826 wasn't a perfect time anymore, since a couple new minor strategies had been discovered since CAC came up with it. But it represented a time approaching the limits on what was possible. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say this was one of the best speedruns in the world when it was performed. And it stood on top alone. A nearly unbreakable world record. But incredibly, in October 2017, he actually topped it. The time saves were very minimal. In 4-2, he was able to get a higher ladder jump at the start to get to the top quicker. He also once again saved fractions of a second on the World 6 Birdo fights from tighter execution. But it was just barely enough to get an 825. At this point, I Love Mario's dominance in the category was clear. He was essentially in the same position CAC was in a few years prior, comfortably at the top of the leaderboard, having lowered the record several times in a row over the course of years, with no real rival. But it was at this point in time, in October 2017, that the story takes an interesting turn. During that month, an up-and-coming challenger lowered his personal best to 5 seconds behind the record, and decided he was gonna try to beat it. The problem was, the remaining time saves were getting extremely minimal. But if there was anyone who could do it, it was this guy. He was a Super Mario World speedrunning champion, with records in numerous categories. This is Green Death Flavor, also known as GDF. Again, there really wasn't anything new GDF could do to help him out. The key to beating the record was going to be tiny optimizations. Cleaner movement at the start of 1-2, grabbing the sniff it that I Love Mario had missed, and as always, small Birdo optimizations. And on top of that, he would have to take 5 seconds off his personal best to beat the record. It took over 2 years for the record to be lowered by 5 seconds. GDF was going to try to do it in a fraction of that time. And on October 28th, 2017, he got on this run. It looked like pretty much a tie. The world record was 825.81. That meant it was time for a frame count. When speedruns are extremely close in length, human error on stopping the timer means it's hard to tell if a run was actually the record or not. So, GDF now had to go back and carefully see exactly when the run began and finished to get the exact time of the run. The time to beat was 8:25.81.
Oh man, it's still at 24. Now it's at 25. Walk. Walk. Please walk. Please walk. Please walk. Alright, no. Oh.
Just 4 frames off of the world record. A crushing run. But ultimately, GDF would never get a run this close to the world record again. He stopped grinding, and I Love Mario's 825 continued to stay on top for months. Over the next year or so, there wasn't much movement at the highest levels. The record was so optimized, it was getting incredibly hard to take any time off of it. But in October 2018, yet another old runner came back. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew G had returned. Only this time he wasn't coming back to do new runs. He was coming back to drop a bombshell of a new strategy. See, back in 2011, Andrew G had worked on a tool-assisted speedrun of Mario 2 with Aguilar, coming up with a bunch of theoretical strategies that were too precise or difficult to be done by humans. One of those was an extremely fast way to complete 1-1. For 7 years, this trick remained impossible for runners to do in real time. But in 2018, Andrew G revisited it, and came up with a way to do it. It was extremely difficult, undoubtedly the hardest trick in the whole run. But it was possible. It started with a potion. Remember the veggie glitch in 1-2, where you could get a vegetable stuck in your head to carry to the next room? Well, in 1-1, you had to do that with a POW block. It would then be stored in the game's memory and appear when you entered the next room. But remember, this trick only had a 1-frame window to work, or a 60th of a second. Then, once you were in the underground, you'd jump up to the Shy Guy and throw the POW block. With a POW block throw, you have a 2-frame window to store an enemy if you pick it up at the right time. That's what you could do with the Shy Guy. Even though it doesn't look like you're picking it up, it goes in the game's memory, just like the POW block did on the last screen. Finally, to clip through the floor to the next room, you had to get underneath 2 bombs, have one land on your head at the bottom, then climb up the ladder while the other lands on you. Just like with the last clip, this will cause you to climb through the bottom of the floor onto the next screen. When you arrive, you'll be holding the Shy Guy from before. By throwing it at the right time, it can bounce 3 times to defeat Birdo much quicker than normal. Doing all of this could save about 4 seconds in 1-1, but think of all that has to go right. A 1-frame trick, then some precise movements, a 2-frame trick, careful maneuvering to get the bomb clip, then a super precise throw with the Shy Guy. 1-1 would very quickly develop a reputation as being a jail level, because hardly any record-paced run would escape it. With a 4-second improvement to the first level, the world record now had major potential to be lowered. When Andrew found this setup in September 2018, there were 2 active runners at world record level. The first was the record holder himself, I Love Mario. The second was a relatively new runner to Mario 2, but a person who had one of the greatest speedrunning resumes in the world. The Mega Man world record holder, the Mega Man 2 world record holder, the Strider world record holder, top 10 in Mega Man 3, top 10 in Castlevania, even 13th place in the coveted Pringles All A's % on Sega Genesis. This runner's name, very fittingly, was Cool Kid. In October 2018, I Love Mario and Cool Kid were both doing runs with the new 1-1 strats, but it would be I Love Mario who struck initially. On October 1st, he beat the record by 2 seconds with an 8:23, gaining 4 seconds in 1-1 but bleeding some time in 1-2 and 7-2. The very next day, however, another massive world record cut from I Love Mario. He managed to gain almost a full second in 1-1 because the orb didn't bounce far away from him, and another second in 1-2 because he fixed the slow start from the last record. Cool Kid was in a pretty tough spot now, being 5 seconds behind I Love Mario, but all he could do was keep trying. 10 days after I Love Mario's 8:20, Cool Kid got a run going that was a bit behind after 1-1 because he missed a jump after the warp. But he made the time up in World 4 from cleaning up a mistake from I Love Mario and a new power squat jump strategy to go higher on the ladder. However, he'd fall behind in World 6 thanks to a couple of slightly sloppy Birdo kills. Going into World 7, he needed some time save to have a shot at the record. So he decided to go for something incredibly risky, a trick known as Fast 7-1. Remember how rockets can only take off every 64 frames? Well, Fast 7-1 involves playing as fast as possible to catch an earlier rocket. GDF was the first player to experiment with this trick. The most important part is on the second screen, where you have to precisely jump toward the albatross right away rather than waiting, then quickly switch to left to make it to the post. You can see here how much faster you have to be than the old method. If done properly, you can barely make it to the earlier rocket and save the 64 frames. Unfortunately, it was incredibly difficult. But Cool Kid had no choice but to go for it if he wanted the world record.
Oh my god, alright. Set by 820 pace.
As it turns out, Fast 7-1 was enough for a new record of 820.55.
Alright. I mean, not by full second, but...
For the first time in 2.5 years, Mario 2 had a new record holder. Cool Kid was able to add another record to his list. And 8 days later, he'd do it again.
That's pretty good.
So, Cool Kid had won out in the world record battle. Both he and I Love Mario stopped playing after this 8:19, with I Love Mario trailing Cool Kid by just 1 second. And for the next year, that's where the world record stood. An 8:19 was incredibly strong, and without a new strategy, beating it would take a lot of effort. But then, as it happened so many times in this game's history before, that new strategy they were looking for was discovered. It was once again in 1-1, but this time it was much simpler than before. It turned out that you could throw the power block sooner in the underground to start the process of the warp earlier. This not only saved time from getting to the next screen quicker, but also allowed for another time save. With the old strategy, you used to have to jump into the pole after the Shy Guy grab to slow down, because if you reach the end too quickly, Birdo would actually jump over the Shy Guy throw because of the point in the pattern you were at. The time save in the cave, however, meant that you were so fast that you'd reach Birdo before that point in the pattern. So you didn't have to intentionally slow down at the pole, and could save some additional time there. In total, the improvements to 1-1 could save another 1.5 seconds. That was enough to bring Cool Kid back. In November 2019, he had a run that successfully saved time in 1-1, and although the rest of the run was up and down, the new 1-1 strat was enough to knock the record down to 8:17.
Thanks for the GG's, guys.
As you could probably tell from Cool Kid's wild reaction, this was a really solid record. In addition to the new 1-1 time save, he also managed to hit Fast 7-1 to save a bit more time. So now it was I Love Mario's turn, and a week later, he got an 8:18 to move to 1 second behind Cool Kid, but he had trouble saving all the time he needed. So, entering into 2020, Cool Kid's 8:17 was still on top of the leaderboard. That is, until January 17th. On that day, I Love Mario had a run going that was about even with the record coming out of World 1. He gained over half a second in 4-1 because Cool Kid had missed the double jump, but lost it back in 7-1 from missing the fast rocket. It ended up being about enough to cancel out, so when I Love Mario stopped the splits at the end of the run, they read a time that was essentially tied with Cool Kid's world record. Once again, it was time for a frame count. This time, it would go in the runner's favor, just ahead of Cool Kid's 817.4. These two guys had been rivals for years now, and after all that time, their personal bests were separated by just a tenth of a second. But there was still a bit more time to squeeze out of this record. There was a new strat they could do in 1-2 where they precisely grabbed the Pidgeot from the side, allowing the second one to spawn sooner to get to the end quicker. I Love Mario's ladder movement at the start of 4-2 wasn't as good as it could have been either. And in 7-1, the fast rocket cycle was still possible to achieve. So there definitely was room to take the record lower. And with two competitors at practically the same level, there was no telling who was going to take it there. But on January 26th, 2020, Cool Kid started up a session of Mario 2 world record attempts.
That's really good.
This was the first ever 816 in Super Mario Bros. 2 history. It's also where the world record stands today. But as great as it is, there's a fair amount of time left on the table here. In 6-1, Cool Kid failed to grab the first sand block right away, and in 7-1, he missed the fast rocket. Those two tricks alone could push the record down to 815. But if more tricks can be brought over from the tool-assisted speedrun, who knows where this record could go? The future of Mario 2 speedrunning is unknown, but bright. Thanks for watching. Hey, thanks for making it to the end. If you enjoyed, it'd mean a lot to me if you could share this video with 1 or 2 other people. It really goes a long way on YouTube. So, thank you, and Happy New Year. In Mario Kart 64, being the world champion is the highest accomplishment you can obtain. It's a community of thousands of players. With 16 courses you can get a non-shortcut world record in. There's records for both the fastest single lap and the fastest 3 laps, making for a total of 32 world records. For years, various champions would come along, sometimes holding a fairly large portion of the 32 records. Players like Kevin Booth and Alex Penev were on top in the late 90s, usually holding around half of the 32 records. In the early 2000s, MJ reached new heights for a champion, at times amassing over 20 of the 32 records at once. And that was incredible. Given how many top-level players there were actively playing the game, holding close to 2/3 of the records was astonishing. But in January 2011, an up-and-coming German player posted his first world record. His name was Matthias Rustemeyer. 2 years later, he would become the non-shortcut champion, holding 12 out of 32 possible records. But as the months passed, it quickly became clear that Matthias's reign as the champion was going to be different from any that came before him. By October 2013, Matthias had extended his lead to 20 out of 32 records. A week later, he was at 24. By November, he hit 26. And at that point, he spelled it out. He was gonna go for 32 out of 32 possible world records. That had never been done before. Nobody had even been close before. And it would be an embarrassment to the rest of the community if he actually pulled it off. So, the other players formed an alliance. It was made up of the last few players clinging on to non-shortcut records, and some other top-level contenders. Their goal was simple: stop Matthias from achieving 32 out of 32. Only problem was, the man they were trying to stop was perhaps the greatest Mario Kart 64 player of all time. And what happened over the following years, nobody could have predicted. This was their quest to stop Matthias. Now, there's a couple things that need to be cleared up. First, Mario Kart 64 is known for having large skips, or oversights from the developers that allow the player to skip massive portions of the track. Shortcuts like the weather tanko on Choco Mountain, the big jump at the start of Rainbow Road, or the wall jumps on Wario Stadium. However, the Mario Kart 64 community has separate leaderboards for shortcut time trials and non-shortcut time trials. The shortcut records have their place in history, but we're going to be focusing on the 32 non-shortcut records. It's also worth mentioning how times are converted between NTSC and PAL. PAL versions of games are released in most regions of the Eastern Hemisphere, while NTSC versions come out in North America and Japan. PAL Mario Kart 64 runs at 25 frames per second, while NTSC runs at 30 frames per second. That means that the PAL version runs in slow motion, running at 5/6 the speed of NTSC. An identical race would be 17% slower on PAL than NTSC. The Mario Kart 64 community created the combined leaderboard to account for this, which adjusted NTSC and PAL times so they could be compared to each other. Matthias and most other top-level players play on PAL, since playing in slow motion makes driving a bit easier. So, all times you'll see in this video will be listed as their PAL equivalent, which might be slower than times you're used to seeing if you live in North America or Japan. Anyway, let's go back to December 5th, 2013. That was the day the A1A Alliance was born, from a forum post by Zoran, one of the best Mario Kart 64 players around. A1A stood for the Anti-1.0 Alliance, with 1.0 referring to Matthias' average ranking if he got 32 out of 32 records. On December 5th, Matthias had just taken the Calamari Desert lap record from MJ, meaning he now had 28 out of 32 possible records. The only 4 he was missing were Moo Farm Lap, Moo Farm 3 Lap, DK Jungle Parkway 3 Lap, and Toad's Turnpike Lap. Being only 4 records away from 32 out of 32 was enough to mobilize the A1A into action. One member in particular saw a weakness in one of Matthias' times, so he got to work grinding to beat it. This runner's name was VAJ.
Yeah, motherfucker! Yeah, yeah, yeah! 48! I was like, whoa! What up, Soki? Yeah, man! You can't touch this. You can't touch this.
One of the reasons VAJ is legendary is because of his epic celebrations. But the other reason he's legendary is because he's really, really good at Mario Kart 64. He's held dozens of world records dating back to 2006, and still plays to this day. On December 5th, 2013, he was tied with Matthias on Koopa Troopa Beach Lap. So he did attempts to break the tie and set Matthias back to 27 records. And on December 8th, he did. He beat the tie by .02. putting Matthias at 27 out of 32. However, later the same day, Matthias tied VAJ again to get back to 28. And then he got the Toad's Turnpike lap record. And then the Moo Moo Farm 3-lap record. Matthias had 30 out of 32 possible records. The A1A was floundering. Other than the one record from VAJ, they hadn't done anything to stop Matthias. But they did have one big advantage. The last two he was missing were two of the hardest to achieve in the whole game. Let's break them down. We'll start with Moo Moo Farm. This record was 27.82 by TJL, set in March 2013. First, the obvious. TJL played as Yoshi. The three fastest characters in the game are Yoshi, Toad, and Peach, with no major gameplay differences between the three of them. So, every record you'll see in this video will be played as one of those characters. TJL also performed mini turbos all over. By drifting with R and wiggling the thumbstick back and forth twice, you can charge up a boost that can be released for a burst of speed when the smoke turns orange. By performing these in specific places all around the track, you can move through it much quicker than normal. The mini turbos and character selection hold true for all 16 courses, but Moo Moo Farm has something in particular that makes it unique. It has the only random element in any of the time trial courses: moles that randomly pop out of their holes. The optimal path around the course involves going over the holes, and if one pops up while your cart is over it, it'll hit you and force you to reset. The record holder here was TJL. He's what you might call a course specialist. He set a total of 19 Mario Kart 64 records over about 5 years. 14 of those 19 records were improvements to Moo Moo Farm. He was able to master this course in ways that nobody else could, subconsciously understanding technicalities about ways to drift and angles to take. After years of on and off attempts, he got a 27.82, a time he described as a once-in-a-lifetime record. When Matthias did attempts to replicate this time, he found himself unable to emulate many of TJL's subtle strategies. He had trouble approaching the slope where he used the first mushroom and usually lost time there. The other record Matthias didn't have, DK Jungle Parkway 3-lap, was held by William Lacey. Lacey was even more dominant at this track than TJL was at Moo Moo Farm. He had held the record for over 10 years, lowering the record 14 times in a row, ultimately ending with a 213.08. DK Jungle Parkway is a bizarre course to go for records on. You have to drive through the jungle while twisting and turning your way through the grass. Near the start is a big ramp you have to precisely jump off of. The farther to the left you go, the faster. However, go too far left and you'll fall in the water. There's also a cave at the end, where the fastest way to get to the top involves mashing R to hop up a steep slope. Doing this fast is incredibly precise, but after years of playing, Lacey was an expert at it. Since the record holders for Moo Moo Farm Lap and DK Jungle Parkway 3-lap were so dominant on their respective courses, Matthias struggled to catch up while also holding his other 30 records. So, the Alliance was eventually able to make a dent in his record total. Throughout late 2013 and early 2014, players like Jamie, Zoran, and MJ were able to chip away and take a few records from Matthias. They weren't quite on the same level as him, but they each had the potential to set a record if they grinded it out. But, unfortunately for the Alliance, whenever someone took one of Matthias's records, he would almost always beat it back in a matter of days. So, with his record total sitting at 29, it was unclear if the Alliance's plan was sustainable. They had players who could compete with Matthias, but nobody who could keep up with him. But then, in May 2014, a new player came along to join the Alliance. His name was Dan Burbank. That May, Dan got his first world record by beating Matthias's Frapp Snowland lap record. Of course, Matthias quickly beat him back a week later. But then, Dan did something that everyone else in the community struggled to do. He beat Matthias back. There were no new strategies, no revolutionary new mechanics. Dan simply drove better than Matthias. This pattern continued over the following months, and it soon became clear. Dan actually had the skill to keep up with Matthias on certain courses. So, as 2014 went on, even though Matthias was actively trying to defend his records, Dan was able to help push Matthias's total into the mid-20s. With so many players in the community actively working against him now, getting a 32 out of 32 seemed nearly impossible. The course he really needed help on was DK Jungle Parkway. If he could just get those two records, he felt confident that he could pick up the rest to get close. And in July 2015, he would get some help from a new DK Jungle Parkway strategy by Lacey. The old lap strategy involved using 2 mushrooms shortly after the ramp to cut over a section of the grass. Lacey recognized that it was actually faster to use only 1 mushroom here, and saved the second mushroom to use over a later grass patch. Improvements in non-shortcut strategies are typically similar to this. Very small changes to precise paths to take while driving. This new mushroom spot meant there was now more time to save over the lap record. Matthias had a realistic shot at getting it. And by October 2015, he had done it. Matthias had beaten Lacey on both the 3-lap and lap records. 2 of the most problematic world records were out of the way. Now, all he had to do was keep grinding to pick up the rest. On November 20th, 2015, Matthias posted his 5th record from the past month, a 27.68 lap on Mario Raceway. That meant, for the first time in history, a player had reached 31 out of 32 possible records. The only record he was missing was Moo Moo Farm Lap, the 27.82 by TJL. It was the only record in the game he had never held before, and we've already gone over how much he struggled with it in the past. But now that he didn't have any other records to worry about, Matthias could focus all his efforts there. The A1A was on its last legs. They had put up a good fight for the past several months, but eventually Matthias alone had been able to outmatch all of them. Matthias is a really nice guy, and nobody in the Alliance had anything personal against him, but hardly anyone wanted to see someone hold all 32 records at once. It would be an embarrassment to all the other record contenders. Matthias said in a forum post that he was going to be unable to play until November 23rd, so the Alliance at least had until then to try to take a record from him. So, over the weekend, the Alliance got to work. Dan, Zoran, VAJ, and others were trying to take at least one of Matthias' records. But as the days passed, nobody was beating any. Even with the Alliance members spending hours each day grinding courses, nobody could take any of Matthias' 31 records. That's how good he was. That's how far ahead his records were. And sure enough, on the morning of November 23rd, 2015, the day Matthias came back to try to match TJL's Moo Moo Farm lap time, a new record was posted. This is Abney317. He's one of the best in the world at Mario Kart 64, but his area of focus isn't with non-shortcut records. Instead, he's held dozens of shortcut records and the coveted 150cc large skip speedrun record for years, but he's had the skill to take some non-shortcut records too. And on November 22nd, 2015, he came to the community's rescue. A 212.61 on Bowser's Castle, a new record by 7/100ths of a second. Abney went after this record in particular because it was one of Matthias' oldest records, being more than 2 years old. quality of play had gotten slightly better since then, so Abney perceived it as weaker than most of Matias's other records. And apparently he was right. He was able to use different paths around the flops to go faster. But unfortunately for him, that also meant that the very next day, Matias was able to beat Abney's record to get back to 31 out of 32. All he needed was to shave 9/100ths of a second off his Moo Farm lap to get 32 out of 32. He was so close, and he kept pushing. But then, it was Abney to the rescue again, this time on Calamari Desert 3-lap. This record wasn't nearly as old as Bowser's Castle. It was set only a week prior, but it was unoptimized. Just a month ago, a new strategy called hill hopping was first used by a player known as Dotman. By hopping off the hills on the sand at specific points, you get more airtime and don't slow down nearly as much as normal. Abney used this to his advantage, and for the second time in just 2 days, he was able to stop Matias dead in his tracks at 31 out of 32. But that wasn't enough to feel safe. Matias could casually pick up new records seemingly whenever he wanted, and Abney didn't have as much experience with non-shortcut records. So, just to be safe, Abney figured he should probably go on the attack. Abney was actually standing up to Matias. He wasn't just looking to defend his own records, he was actively looking to take records he didn't have. And it was working. During one crazy stretch in January 2016, he set 4 new records in 5 days. It put Matias down to 27 out of 32, his lowest total in months. Abney had once again proven that Matias was beatable. But as always, Matias came back to racing later that month, 4 records down from where he was just weeks prior. But rather than be intimidated by what Abney had just done, he saw 4 records that were well within his abilities to beat. 2 of them were on long courses with room for optimization, Wario Stadium and Rainbow Road. Because of Matias' ability to take just slightly better lines and optimize his driving, he knew that there was room for improvement over Abney's record. And he was right, picking them both up in a matter of weeks. The other 2, Calamari Desert and Bowser's Castle, each had new strategies that Matias hadn't implemented yet. The hill hopping on Calamari Desert, and different thwomp paths on Bowser's Castle. Once he did, 2 more quick world records, putting his record total right back to 31 out of 32, his 3rd time achieving that total. It was miraculous how he could do this. If someone took Matias's records, he would just immediately grind to beat them back. People could temporarily beat him, but he would always prevail in the end. The one exception, of course, was Moo Farm. For the 3rd time, he just needed that one record to get 32 out of 32. And for the 3rd time, Abney took the chance away from him. It was Calamari Desert this time, beating Matias by 6/100ths of a second. Matias only had the chance to grind Moo Farm for about 12 hours, because that's how long it took Abney to get the record. That made it 3 times that Matias had made it to 31 out of 32, with just Moo Farm standing in the way, only to be stopped by Abney at the last minute. Just remarkable. Matias typically plays less Mario Kart in the summer, so in the middle of 2016 he took a step back from the game. Who could blame him after coming so close that many times? So, for several months, he didn't make any progress in his quest for 32 out of 32. The summer came and went. By October, he came back. And when he did, this is what he saw. Dan had just made a major statement. Matias was down to just 24 out of 32 records, his lowest total in 3 years. This is what the community was capable of doing in just a few short months, if Matthias wasn't there to aggressively defend his records. In the past, Dan had focused his world record efforts on Frapp Snowland and Mario Raceway. But since he had the time, in mid-2016 he got a lot better at other courses too, and picked up records on courses like Wario Stadium and Yoshi Valley. Again, it was nothing revolutionary, just learning the right lines to take, how to take each turn, and other small driving mechanics. But regardless, the end result was there. Matthias was far away from perfection, and it seemed like maybe, just maybe, the community could take it easy and not have to worry about 32 out of 32. But then, in October, Matthias did this.
Yes! 2:12.67. Clutched it with a cave. What a cave. Yes! 23! Can you believe it?
Over the course of just 4 weeks in October 2016, Matthias set 7 new world records. All of the months of work throughout 2016 done by Dan, Abney, and others were undone in a matter of weeks. World records on Wario Stadium, Mario Raceway, DK Jungle Parkway, Calamari Desert, Yoshi Valley, all by simply outdriving the other record holders. And that meant that for the 4th time, Matthias was at 31 out of 32 records. Once again, the one that was missing was Moo Moo Farm Lap. Let's take a closer look at that record. It was 27.82 by TJL, whereas Matthias's best time was 27.91. TJL's record was one of the oldest records still standing at this point, being set all the way back in March 2013, shortly after Matthias first became the non-shortcut champion. Moo Moo Farm is a very unique course, with slopes you have to go up and a fence you have to drive as closely to as possible. There's 3 very particular spots you have to use your mushrooms, hugging the inside fence and driving over the moles while you do. TJL had been able to completely master it back in 2013. But since Matthias had 31 other records to worry about, he just couldn't quite figure out how to do this course optimally. Well, until now.
87. I felt the PR, I felt it.
It was a personal best by 0.04 of a second, meaning Matthias was now a 20th of a second away from 32 out of 32. His other 31 out of 32s only lasted for a day or 2 at most. But this one was different. 5 days later, by Halloween night, he was still alive at 31 out of 32. Abney wasn't there. Dan wasn't there. The Alliance had gone radio silent. The only thing there was Matthias grinding Moo Moo Farm, closer to the record than ever. And then, Lacey came to the rescue. On October 31st, 2016, Lacey got a 2:12.50 on DK Jungle Parkway 3-lap. This course, especially on the 3-lap side, really was Lacey's specialty. It was his 23rd world record there, and this one couldn't have come at a bigger time. The thing is, Matthias definitely was the better driver of the two of them. Lacey just knew this course inside and out, and he was still a really good driver. He knew exactly where to go on the ramp, exactly how to take the slopes through the jungle, exactly how to mash on the cave at the end. This one course took up a ton of his Mario Kart 64 playing time, whereas it was only a small fraction for Matthias. As expected, the community was elated. 4 times now, Matthias had been at 31 out of 32, and 4 times he had been stopped at the last minute. And you might be noticing a pattern at this point. Matthias would get really close to 32 out of 32, then someone would stop him at the nick of time, Matthias would stop playing for a while, and then the community would grind together and take his total down lower. Well, that would happen again now in 2017, but this time, the community took it a step further. By November 2017, Matthias was at 21 out of 32 records, his lowest total in 4 years. There were 2 reasons his total got this low. The first was the usual period of inactivity from Matthias. He didn't completely stop playing, but he wasn't aggressively defending his non-shortcut records. And second, Dan took his gameplay to the next level. At one point in July 2017, he had 11 world records, the first time someone other than Matthias had that many records in years. This was Matthias' lowest point since his quest for 32 out of 32 started. He knew he could get most of those records back, but what would it matter? We've seen it time and time again. Matthias would get his total up to 31 out of 32 with some effort, only to be stopped by one course in particular. Moo Moo Farm Lap was always in his way. The 27.82 by TJL was his nemesis, and it was just too good for him to beat. But then, he did it. On November 27th, 2017, Matthias tied TJL's legendary 27.82. The key to getting it was playing the course a ton. It came at the end of a several-week-long grind, where he had dozens of laps in the 2780s. During that time, he mastered everything there was to know about Moo Moo Farm, and ultimately it all came together on one magical run. His shrooms were clean, his mini turbos were perfectly timed on the slopes, his driving was tight. In March 2013, TJL set a magical run with his 27.82. It took Matthias 4.5 years, but finally he had replicated it. And it changed everything. This was the one world record Matthias had been unable to hold. The one record preventing him from getting 32 out of 32 for the past 2 years. Now, he had it out of the way. He stood at 22 out of 32 records. He had gotten each of the remaining 10 records before, and he knew he could get them again. It was time, once and for all, to get 32 out of 32.
Oh yes, that should be enough. Yes! 4:25.
Sure enough, 3 months later, despite some resistance from Dan, Matthias was back to 31 out of 32. The last record he needed was DK Jungle Parkway 3 Lap, a course he had struggled with at times, but still a record he had held on 4 separate occasions in the past. His best time was 2:12.58. The record was 2:12.35 by Lacey. He was behind, but this record was certainly within reach. Time to finish the job. And then, on March 13th, 2018, Matthias made history. he was beaten by Abney on Calamari Desert at the last minute, for the third time. This was starting to get absurd. It was the fourth time Abney had prevented 32 out of 32, the third time on Calamari Desert. And of course, Matthias congratulated Abney on the Mario Kart 64 forums, only to beat him the very next day, right back to 31 out of 32, without a chance for the Alliance to gain any ground. So, Matthias was back to playing DK Jungle Parkway, 0.19 behind the record. And once again, he got results right away, getting a personal best that pushed him to just 0.15 behind Lacey's record. This strategy from the Alliance clearly wasn't working. Even if someone beat one of Matthias's 31 records, he could usually get it back within a day or so. That wasn't a good long-term solution. Dan recognized this problem, so he started doing a strategy that few others dared to. He grinded DK Jungle Parkway 3-lap alongside Matthias. This method certainly had its positives and negatives. On the upside, if he beat Matthias to the punch, it could make it harder to finish the job and get 32 out of 32. But Dan had only held this record once before, and Matthias certainly had the upper edge. If he failed to beat him, that would be a lot of time wasted he could have spent on any of the other courses. This certainly was a gamble, but it paid off, because on March 16th, 2018, Dan set one of the clutchest records in Mario Kart 64 history. This beat the record by almost 0.2 of a second. It put Matthias back to 0.34 behind the world record. But its true dividends would be paid the next day, when Matthias got this time. It missed being the world record by 24 hours. Had he gotten it the prior day, it would have been 32 out of 32. But thanks to Dan's brand new record, he was just barely behind, by a matter of 0.08. Still, they were clearly playing with fire. Matthias was less than 1/10 of a second from 32 out of 32, and had proven he was capable of taking time off his DK Jungle Parkway time fairly easily. This wasn't Moo Moo Farm. Any day, he could take this record, and he was constantly trying. The community watched in anticipation, waiting to see when they would have to crown Matthias as the ultimate champion. But on March 23rd, they breathed a collective sigh of relief.
That sub. Oh man.
How was Abney able to keep doing this? Well, the record still hadn't completely been optimized from the hill hops. But on Matthias's last Calamari Desert record, he had been able to go under the first train gap on lap 3, whereas all previous records were too slow and had to make the second one. So, Abney's goal was to hill hop effectively enough and drive fast enough to match Matthias and make the first train gap. He was able to do it, and thanks to just slightly better driving overall, he shaved enough time off to beat Matthias, and once again send him back to 30 out of 32. But with how close Matthias was, Abney thought it might be best to keep going. So, he set his sights on a new target, both the 3-lap and lap records on Rainbow Road. He targeted these in particular because A, they were each over 2 years old, meaning the community's overall quality of driving had improved since then, and B, they were on the longest course in the game, meaning there was likely room to optimize them. And within a matter of days, he nonchalantly picked both of them up.
Goodness. Let's go. Straight into the challenge.
So that put Matthias back at 28 out of 32 records. In one quick swoop from Abney, momentum was back in the Alliance's favor. Things were looking up for them. So, Matthias got back to work, and this is what he did over the next week.
Come on. Yes! That's it. 71 on the last lap. Yes! Yes! Yes!
He was back. This was now the 7th time Matthias had 31 out of 32 records. He had more determination than ever now to finish the job. The record was 212.14 by Dan, and he was right behind him with a 212.24. He quickly found results with a small personal best. But on May 1st, disaster struck for Matthias. Zoran, the founder of the A1A, beat the DK Jungle Parkway lap record. That meant that now, Matthias was missing both records on this course. And what occurred throughout May 2018 can only be described as a mad scramble on DK Jungle Parkway. Dan was grinding the 3-lap record, Zoran was grinding the lap record, and Matthias was grinding both. But ultimately, even though Matthias was lowering his best times, having to deal with both Dan and Zoran was just too much for him. Despite coming insanely close, he couldn't get either record. And eventually, he stopped trying, and his record total began to fall into the 20s. Months passed, and as more of Matthias's records were taken, reality began to set in. His window for perfection was probably gone. He had had 7 opportunities to get 32 out of 32. All of them were foiled at the last minute. Moo Farm was his nemesis for a long time, with TJL's ridiculous lap being too hard to beat. After finally conquering that record, DK Jungle Parkway stood in his way. Lacey's expertise just barely kept him ahead. And once Zoran got involved on the single lap record, it was just too much for him. Matthias was probably the greatest person to ever play Mario Kart 64. But even for him, holding every record at once was just too big a task.
I can't believe it. Is this real? Guys, is this real or am I dreaming? 2:11:72 out of nowhere.
At least, that's what everyone thought. But on November 20th, 2018, Matthias pulled off a miracle on DK Jungle Parkway 3-lap. He took almost half a second off his personal best to crush the world record. Matthias himself didn't see this coming. Nobody did. But it meant he might be able to make one last push at this. Now, he just had to pick up the rest of the records he was missing. That took him all of about 2 days. One record left. DK Jungle Parkway lap. The record was 42.07 by Zoran. Prior to Zoran taking it in May 2018, Matthias had held the record for the past 2.5 years, so he certainly knew what he was doing. But to beat the time that Zoran had put up was going to be asking for a lot. There were 2 big tricks he had to focus on. First, the ramp jump. There's a very specific place you want to land, just to the left of this tree. Lining yourself up when you go off the ramp is super tough, but Zoran's record did so perfectly. And second, the cave jumps at the end. We saw before how important these were, but lap runs add a mushroom in here to take them even faster. There's a very specific way you need to hop up to the top. As far to the left as you can be, but too far left is too steep and you'll tumble. All of that was a tall order, But luckily, Matthias was the best the world had. This one was within reach. His thousands of time trial attempts, his 7 other times at 31 out of 32, they all came down to this. It was time to finish off his dream. 32 out of 32 world records.
Oh, shocking. Shocking. Oh no! Oh, that's so tough to swallow. How close can you get? Ouch. Oh god. What did I do?
Oh my god, dude.
A dream-crushing record from Abney. How close had Matthias come? Well, he tumbled in the cave because he was just barely too far left. As in, half the width of a cart too far left. Had he not tumbled, it almost certainly would have been either tied with or ahead of Zoran's record, meaning 32 out of 32. 5 years of trying, and thousands of hours playing Mario Kart 64 came down to one tiny failed motion. He just held the control stick slightly too far left. That was the difference between 32 out of 32 and another failed attempt. Following this, Matthias's record total would never recover. Instead, it was Dan's and Abney's turn to celebrate, pushing certain time trials to levels they had never seen before.
Yes! Yes! There we go, boys! Yeah! 54! Yes! Yes! Oh my god!
And that's where this story ends. At least for now. Matthias may have never accomplished his goal, but what he did do is honestly just as impressive. 249 total non-shortcut records. 8 separate times at 31 out of 32. He just never got the last one to finish the job. But the thing is, he might not be done yet. Matthias still plays Mario Kart 64 actively to this day. His potential remains right there. He might still be in the middle of his quest for 32 out of 32. But wherever he goes in the future, we know he'll have tough competition along the way. Thanks for watching. In the early 2000s, one of the largest speedrunning communities out there was for the classic NES game Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! Dozens of players from all over the world competed with each other to set the fastest times they could on each of the 14 fighters, tracked with the in-game timer displayed during and after the fight. It was a thriving community. These guys sent emails back and forth detailing their strategies, posting on old websites like Game FAQs, and kept track of their fastest time using online leaderboards. There was a really fun mix of randomness and skill involved. New strategies for faster times were regularly found, keeping the game fresh and encouraging others to see just what they could discover. For years, Punch-Out! Remained as one of the most popular speedrun communities in the world. But by the mid-2000s, competition slowed down. People kinda just stopped playing the game, and in a matter of months, one of the most played speedruns out there suddenly lost all of its competition, and silently faded into the background while other games took its spot. By 2008, just about nobody was playing the game anymore. But then, in 2010, a player known as Sinister1 became the first player to speedrun the game in years. What he found was a deserted community. The game FAQs pages with strategy discussion had been deleted. Emails sent back and forth had long been forgotten. And pretty much all that remained was a website called Red Tom's Punch-Out!, with a leaderboard that showed what the world record was for each of the 14 fights. Sinister1 was shocked by what he saw here. All 14 records were held by the same guy, a person named Matt Turk. None of them had any videos for proof, and it was hard to even find evidence on how Turk did each of these fights. After finding Matt Turk's email address and talking with him a bit, Sinister realized a couple of things. First, all signs pointed to every single one of these records being legitimate. And second, Matt Turk's skill level was way beyond any other player in the world, and there was pretty much no hope in anybody else beating some of them. At least, that's what he thought. These are the 14 world record times that Matt Turk had achieved by the time Sinister reached. If you've ever played a Mario Kart game before, the one course that probably sticks out in your mind is Rainbow Road. Its first iteration was in Super Mario Kart back in 1992. It was drastically different from all other courses in the game. There were no walls, very few obstacles, and any false move would send you falling off the track. This course's difficulty became a natural attraction for speedrunners, whose goal it was to race through the track as fast as possible. And throughout the Mario Kart games, all of which feature their own version of Rainbow Road, this course's legacy is still preserved. Let's take a look at how speedrunners have been able to break this course to set world records. Let's see just how good people can get at racing through Rainbow Road. The story begins in 1992. This was the year that introduced the franchise's staple course, Rainbow Road, from Nintendo's Super Mario Kart. The game had two different methods of racing: Grand Prix, where you raced against other drivers, and Time Trials, where you raced against yourself to set the fastest time possible. This video is going to be focused on world records achieved in the Time Trials mode. The goal of Time Trials was to race 5 laps around Rainbow Road as fast as possible. And today, the leaderboard is split up into NTSC and PAL world records. The NTSC version of the game was released in North America and Japan, while the PAL version was released in Europe and most other regions of the world. The main difference between PAL and NTSC is the frame rate. NTSC is 60 frames per second, while PAL is 50 frames per second. This led to the developers changing a lot of the code between the two versions, resulting in race times that are a few seconds faster on the NTSC version. The very early history of who could race around Rainbow Road the fastest is extremely difficult to find. Given the difficulties of accessing the internet in the early to mid-90s, the overall world record was not particularly well kept track of. The earliest agreed upon records on Rainbow Road come from the late 90s and early 2000s, with the NTSC record typically staying a couple seconds ahead of the PAL record. While video proof doesn't exist for many of these runs, we still have a pretty good idea of what these records looked like. They in all likelihood used either Bowser or Donkey Kong Jr. as their racer, since they have the highest top speed on the main road. They probably took full advantage of hopping over corners, a technique used to gain small amounts of time on each lap. One technique that could not be used, however, was boosting. By turning around a sufficiently large section of the track, holding accelerate, and pressing either left or right on the shoulder buttons, the racer gains a small speed boost after completing the turn. However, Rainbow Road doesn't have any turns large enough to build a boost, as you need to be turning for at least 74 frames, or over a second, in order for the boost to be built. So, driving around Rainbow Road simply consisted of cutting turns as tightly as possible and hopping over corners. One of the most dominant runners of the early 2000s was Jamie White, an NTSC player who, in a 10-day span in January 2003, set 9 world records on Rainbow Road. He didn't have any mind-blowing new strategies, he was just extremely good at the game. One of the best players Super Mario Kart had ever seen up to that point. On the PAL side, Sami was the first verifiable record holder, while KVD and Geo traded the record back and forth throughout 2005, before Kart 7 snagged it right back before the new year. Then, in 2006, a revolution was discovered across Super Mario Kart as a whole. The backs of the D-pads on Super Nintendo controllers have a bump that prevents two opposite directions from being pressed at the same time. Kart 7 discovered that by opening the controller and shaving this bump down, it was possible to get boosts much more easily by using a method called the zigzag boost. The player could hop and wiggle from left to right on the controller even while going over a straight section of the course, and begin to build up their boost without turning. This, combined with going over a long enough turn, would mean boosts were now possible frequently throughout Rainbow Road, saving a fraction of a second each time. Now, the idea of modifying a controller to gain an advantage may sound controversial, but this practice was more to standardize play than anything else. Super Nintendo controllers sometimes naturally shave this bump down through heavy use alone, so allowing people to do it themselves just made it fair to everyone. There's still a leaderboard that doesn't allow these types of boosts, the non-NBT leaderboard, but for simplicity's sake we'll be focusing on runs where the boosting is allowed. KVD would end up lowering both the PAL and NTSC records down further using the zigzag boost, farther into the 126 range on PAL and down to a 123 on NTSC. Other competitors would get a hold of these records for periods of time, but KVD's mastery of the zigzag boost helped him continuously regain his title. Japan also has their own leaderboards for the game, and in June 2012, a player known as Marisa posted an NTSC time of 123.51, along with a video for proof. This was more than a quarter of a second ahead of the NTSC record at the time, and the way Marisa did it was by A, just driving really well, and B, by utilizing a technique known as hop boosting. Normally, players build a boost by zigzagging on the straight path before a corner. Since you can't normally build a boost while hopping over a corner, it's sometimes necessary to spend a little extra time on the straight path to build up the boost, causing the hop to be a little bit later and having it be a little bit less than optimal. However, Super Mario Kart has two hopping buttons, L and R. Keep in mind one of these must be pressed the entire time you're building the boost for it to be built properly. You press one of them to hop, and then by switching to the other one the frame after you let go of the original one, the game will allow your boost to keep building. Since you can now continue building your boost while in the air, the zigzag boost build can be stopped slightly sooner, and you can get an optimal hop over the corners. This extremely difficult technique is known as a hop boost, and helped Marisa save a few frames over the course of the run. This record is a bit controversial in the Western world, mostly due to a lack of communication between Marisa and the West. So far, nobody has been able to beat it. The closest any other NTSC player has gotten is a 123.63 by KVD, achieved in January 2018. Even 7 years after his time was achieved, Marisa's record still reigns supreme by over a tenth of a second. So that's the history of Super Mario Kart's Rainbow Road World Records. But a few years after this game, Nintendo released its first sequel. Its legacy is preserved by its hundreds of active time trial players, and it has one of the most broken speedruns out there. This is Mario Kart 64. Mario Kart 64 was the first game in the franchise to be in full 3D. Courses could now go up and down instead of just left and right. Naturally, this meant the developers could do a lot more with Rainbow Road when designing it. The end result, however, was this. This is Rainbow Road. It's the longest course in the entire Mario Kart franchise. In some respects, it's the complete opposite of the Super Mario Kart iteration. Instead of having no walls, there's a rail along both sides of the track all the way through to prevent you from falling off. There's no thwomps ready to crush you, but instead a few chain chomps that roam the track trying to hit you. It's a bizarre course. You're just surrounded by space while driving around a seemingly endless rainbow path. There's no risk of falling off. You just drive as well as you can. However, I mentioned before that Mario Kart 64 was a really broken game. There are large skips on most of the tracks, and as innocent as Rainbow Road may seem, it too can be broken just the same. One of the game's most famous shortcuts is from the very start of Rainbow Road. You jump off the side of the track as it goes downhill, and land far down on the track below. This trick was discovered essentially right as the game came out, and it's impossible to tell who the first person was to pull it off. It cuts out a pretty significant portion of the track, as you can see from the minimap. The best part is, it's really easy to perform. Many could pull out their copy of Mario Kart 64 right now and probably get it on one of their first attempts. After getting this jump, it was up to the player to simply drive around the course as well as possible. This involved doing mini turbos nearly constantly. By hopping and holding R to drift, then wiggling the thumbstick back and forth twice, the player builds up a boost that can then be released to gain some speed. It works quite similarly to boosting in Super Mario Kart, except boost can be built up much, much faster in Mario Kart 64. Also similarly to Super Mario Kart, the game has both a PAL and an NTSC version, where the PAL version runs at 5/6 the frame rate of the NTSC version. What this means in Mario Kart 64 is that the game overall is slowed down on PAL while the race timer is kept at the same speed, so an identical run will be about 17% slower on PAL. The Mario Kart 64 community actually puts PAL and NTSC runs on the same leaderboard, mathematically converting times between the two versions to tell which runs are faster, although playing on PAL gives a bit of an advantage since you're essentially playing in slow motion. After the shortcut on Rainbow Road was discovered, there began to be two types of runs through the course. Non-shortcut runs, where you drive around the entire thing as normal, and shortcut runs, where you would do as many shortcuts as you could to go as fast as possible. The non-shortcut record, going by the PAL conversion on the leaderboard, is a 6-minute long journey around the course 3 times. The record has only come down by about 10 seconds in the past 20 years, And the only real strategy improvement was a discovery from David Tran at the very start. By triple tapping the A button on the big hill at the start of the course, you'll be able to avoid becoming airborne and will go down it much faster. Other than that, for a non-shortcut, all you were really doing was following a path around the course of driving and drifting. Of course, this still took an enormous amount of skill to get just right for 6 full minutes. An Australian runner named Alex Penev set 10 records in a row in non-shortcut in the late 90s, with players such as Sami and MJ trading it back and forth in the mid-2000s. Lately, the non-shortcut side has been dominated by Abney317 and Matthias Rustenmeyer. These runners all use either Toad, Yoshi, or Peach, since they're the fastest characters in the game. On the shortcut side, however, the course has evolved a little bit more. For the first couple years, world records were set simply by jumping at the start of each lap, then driving as well as possible around the rest of the course. Each of these jumps saved about a half minute, so the record was down to about 4.5 minutes by 1999. However, that July, a player named Miles successfully executed a new method of the shortcut, the spiral jump. By doing a mini turbo, then jumping as far to the left as possible over the railing, it's possible to just barely make it over to the spiral on the left. This saves another 10 seconds or so over the other jump, but is much, much harder. Michael F. became the first to hit 3 of these in a run in 2004 by using a more consistent, but slightly slower method that involved braking before the jump over the rail. The recent history of this record has been pretty amusing. Players Carlo and VAJ both held the record for a few years in the 2000s and 2010s. Then, in early 2015, Abney got the record with a 3:56.36. He got the spiral jump 3 times and drove really well all the way around. It was a time that would stand for nearly 3 years. But in November 2017, a player named Zoran took it from him, a 3:56.15. A 3-year-old record beaten. Well, later that same day, Abney beat him back with a 3:56.07. Zoran wasn't about to let that set him back, so he got back to grinding and, remarkably, a few days later, he beat Abney again, this time with a 3:56.02. It was an incredible feat, firing right back at a guy who had held the record for 3 years straight. A feat that was only overshadowed by the fact that for the second time, Abney beat him right back later the same day. After this, Abney will be beaten by Matthias Rustenmeyer in late 2018 for a couple months, but on New Year's Day 2019, he got the record back with a 3:54.87, and that's where the record stands today. Mario Kart 64's Rainbow Road has certainly had a storied history, but now, in 2001, Nintendo released their newest iteration of the track on their new Game Boy Advance. This is Mario Kart Super Circuit. This game has probably received the least attention of all games in the Mario Kart franchise, but as it turns out, it can be broken just as much as any of the others. To prove it, let's take a look at Rainbow Road. The track's similar to Super Mario Kart's version, with no walls anywhere on the track. It seems like all you can do is drive around the course and follow the rules, but that wouldn't be any fun. Rainbow Road is surrounded by bumpers on each side that you can bounce off of. By using a mushroom and going over them, then landing on them to bounce again, you can essentially just bounce around the course. I mean, look at the minimap. It looks like you're just going wherever you want, as if the track is just a suggestion. This concept of using the bumpers was first fully fleshed out by a player known as Yui in early 2002, just months after the game's release. Yui was able to land on each bumper directly after flying in the air, leading to him bouncing up again. If he instead landed on the road, his speed would be dramatically decreased, so landing on the bumpers was pivotal. Of course, the bumpers themselves are super narrow, so landing exactly on them is no easy task. But Yui was able to pull off a run of 36.45, flying around the track 3 times. All of this precision is obviously extremely difficult, and involved using a ton of small, undetectable strategies that I'll explain later. The record would come down a couple seconds over the following few years, but in 2005, an incredible time was achieved. A runner known as Mander pulled off a 34.63 in 2005, coming up with a new strategy of skipping the section of boost near the end and instead going more directly towards the goal. This strategy saved about a second across all 3 laps. To give you an idea of how hard this route was to pull off, we can take a look at a tutorial video for this route made by Super Circuit speedrunner Hahe. The player must aim just right for every jump, let go and press A at precise times, and even hold R to drift at certain points. Any slightly missed input means the strategy will fail, and the player must restart. Now, most of these strategies had to be performed regardless of whether Mander's or Yoi's route was used, but Mander's route did add in a tricky section where you had to hold A, aim for a precise part of the road, launch off a bumper when drifting, and then countersteer just before landing. Basically, there was a world of precision that went into this Rainbow Road strategy. Getting all of it was incredibly difficult to pull off, but still definitely possible. Mander's record is a bit controversial in the Western world, mainly because he had used speed hacks in Mario Kart Wii before. What's more, Mander used Toad in his run even though he's slower overall, but he is easier to control. If Mander had used Bowser instead of Toad, his time would have been about 0.3 of a second faster. Regardless, Mander's time caused the rest of the community to strive for absolute perfection. It wasn't until 2010 when a player was finally able to beat him. The runner was known as Boomer, and he beat Mander by 1/10 of a second by playing with Bowser. His time would be tied 5 years later by Hahe, and then beaten by 0.03 of a second by a player known as Shock, which is where the record stands today. This incredibly difficult, yet incredibly bold-looking strategy really makes it stand out. Bouncing all over the track definitely is fun, but the execution needed to pull it off just right is super punishing. To this day, only 6 players have been able to get a time under 35 seconds on Rainbow Road, and Shock's record has stood for nearly 2 years. It's estimated that the total time could probably come down by another 0.3 seconds or so based on tool-assisted speedruns. Who's going to be the person to take it under 34.5 seconds? We'll just have to wait and see. It's time to move on to the year 2003. It's the era of the GameCube, and full 3D is back in the Mario Kart franchise. This is Mario Kart Double Dash. Just as with the other games, as soon as Double Dash came out, players around the world began competing for the fastest times on each course. For Rainbow Road, many of these early times don't have surviving videos today. To find the first video, we've got to go to November 2004. There, we see a time of 256.616 by Stefan VD. The first thing to notice for this run is the character and kart choice. Stefan picked the lightweight Koopa Troopas as his characters, and the barrel train as his kart. This is because in Double Dash, lightweight characters get a longer boost from mini turbos, and the barrel train is fast both on and off the road. Double Dash's Rainbow Road features several sharp turns that need to be made just right in order to avoid falling off. Drifting and charging up mini turbos around these corners is done similarly to in Mario Kart 64. Pressing R to drift, then wiggling the thumbstick back and forth. You get a small boost after releasing. Double Dash also has a technique known as R-Tech, discovered by Rafa64 in 2004. By letting go and pressing R during a drift, your kart can turn tighter than what's otherwise normal. This is because the game automatically pulls your kart in the direction of your turn when beginning a drift. By pressing R over and over again and foregoing the mini turbo, you fool the game into thinking you keep starting new drifts, when in reality you're just drifting once. So your kart gets pulled much tighter than it normally would. This helps Stefan get better turns around the hairpin and spiral turns, saving time that added up over 3 laps. Over the following couple of years, the record would come down a couple more seconds partly due to another technique, A-Tech. Releasing the accelerate button between mini turbos causes the kart to sway less, keeping a straighter path forward. This can be done in strategic straight sections to save fractions of a second. In 2007, Swedish runner Andreas set a new record with a time of 254.689. This run's video doesn't exist today, but his previous record from 2 months before does, and it's what you're seeing on screen right now. But there's something really important about this run. Before Andreas' run, the world record had been verifiably broken 36 times. On the other hand, This run from Andreas stood for over 8 years. But before we get too excited here, it's not entirely because the run was so perfect. It was a great run, but Mario Kart Double Dash didn't have a particularly active time trial scene in the years after Andreas' run. Not many people were trying to set records. Even when people did do time trials, they usually focused their attention on other tracks. But regardless, Andreas' run stood on top for nearly a decade. And then in 2015, Andreas came back to the track he had dominated 8 years before and repeated his performance. On June 9th, he beat his own record by less than 0.03 of a second. A few weeks later, Swedish rival Carlson beat Andreas, and then an American player named Andrew beat him. Andrew is one of the first record holders to play on the 60 Hz or 60 frame rate version of the game. Unlike Mario Kart 64, the 50 Hz version didn't just slow down the gameplay, it slowed everything down, including the timer. This meant there was no conversion necessary between 60 and 50 Hz versions. Nowadays, the 60 Hz version of the game is strongly encouraged to play on, since the now popular Grand Prix mode is played on 60 Hz for timing reasons. Andrew's record from 2015 stood all the way until May 2019, when Goomba beat it by about 1/10 of a second. And that's where the world record stands today. To recap, the world record was beaten 36 times in the first 4 years of the game's release. It would then be beaten just 4 times over the next 12 years. This record is extremely solid, but it's possible it could come down another second to the 253 range. So that's all for Mario Kart Double Dash. It's now on to the year 2005, and it's time to go back to the handhelds. This is Mario Kart DS. Probably the most notable mechanic in Mario Kart DS is snaking. Mini turbos can be built up extremely quickly in this game, by just holding R and rocking left and right twice on the D-pad. Doing this over and over means the player can build up boosts nearly constantly all the way around the track. The result is some incredibly fast driving. Snaking has been a staple of Mario Kart DS time trials for years, and it can be seen in the earliest Rainbow Road records with video evidence. Unfortunately, the normal replay system for Mario Kart DS looks like this. It's like they tried to make it an action movie. It's really hard to tell what strategies are being used and how well the race is being driven. And since DS capture cards were really hard to come by, especially back then, sharing Mario Kart DS replays in the first couple years of the game's release wasn't easy. But in early 2007, an action replay code was developed that let replays be seen from the same perspective that the racer originally saw. Action Replay is a device that you could plug into your system to modify how the game performs, similarly to a Game Genie on the NES. As long as the only code you use is the one to fix the replay system, it's accepted in the Mario Kart DS community. The first couple months of the game's release consisted of racers snaking around Rainbow Road like all the other tracks. But in 2006, a potential shortcut was found. The player would make their way over to the spiral, then get a boost from the zipper and jump, just barely making it to the track ahead. As you can see from a map of the course, this shortcut cut out the need to drive around the rest of the spiral, saving a few seconds. The problem was, if the shortcut was performed, the game wouldn't count the lap upon crossing the finish line. Nobody was quite sure why, but it was theorized it had something to do with the checkpoint system around the track. So for a while, no shortcuts were performed on Rainbow Road. But in late 2006, a runner known as Husky217 found something quite a bit harder than the first shortcut. And this time, the lap counted at the end. This was the rail glitch. By using a mushroom or a mini turbo and hopping at just the right angle, the player can leave the surface of the course and land inside the rail of the track's big loop. The player then drives forward a bit and leaps off to the right side, skipping the need to drive all the way around the loop. If done correctly, this saves about 3 seconds, but it's incredibly difficult to line up your jump to perfectly land on top of the rail. Husky was able to get a time of 157 using the rail glitch, but then a player known as Hadamugi beat him with a 156 a few months later. Hadamugi didn't use the rail glitch, but instead used a trick theorized by Etch a while before, the pipe glitch. By driving forward here to load the next checkpoint region, then turning around and boosting off the track, Lakitu will think you're further ahead than you really are and drop you before the corkscrew section. As you can see by the minimap, after the time it takes to go out of bounds and be picked up by Lakitu, this trick saves about 1 second. However, it's much easier to do than the rail glitch. Over the following several months, the record came down second by second with these two shortcuts. The pipe shortcut was easy enough to do once per each of the 3 laps, but the rail shortcut was only really done once per race due to how difficult it was. The record had come down to a 151 by 2009, when a player known as Bjork posted a video of a 146 with 3 rail jumps. However, the run was suspected as being a TAS, and the video was later taken down. Today, this run isn't counted as ever having been a world record on MarioKartWorldRecords.com. By 2011, runner MK Dasher managed to get the time down to a 147 by doing 3 pipe shortcuts and 2 rail shortcuts. This is where the record stood for about 3 years, until the middle of 2014, when MK Dasher found something big. Remember the old shortcut from 2006 that didn't count the lap? Well, 8 years later, MK Dasher found a way around that. By driving forward a bit more, the game loaded the next checkpoint for the track. This was all the game needed to do to count the lap at the end. So now, MK Dasher could drive a bit farther forward and do this. This shortcut eliminated the need to perform the rail glitch, because you'd already wind up at the end of the loop. It was also significantly easier, and could be realistically performed on each of the 3 laps. That, combined with the pipe shortcut on each lap, meant times faster than ever before. MK Dasher set a record of 145 in May 2014, and over the next few years he traded it back and forth with players like Leon and Rupa. The player's kart choice changed over time. Before the new shortcut, the Rob BLS was used because of its slightly higher speed, but after, the Egg 1 was used because of its better handling. Optimization was found by doing the shortcuts quicker than before, and cleaner driving overall. In September 2017, MK Dasher got a 138, which is where the record stands today. There's also another side to DS Rainbow Road speedruns, non-shortcut runs. In this category, large shortcuts or shortcuts that involve going out of bounds are not allowed, but corner cuts are still permitted. The current non-shortcut record is a 154 by MK Dasher, beating a 155 by Rupa that had stood for nearly 6 years. That's all for Mario Kart DS. 3 years after the game came out, Nintendo released the next installment in the franchise. It's one of the series' most iconic games, and it's well known for its unique ultra shortcuts. This is Mario Kart Wii. Mario Kart Wii's Rainbow Road is notorious for being one of the hardest in the franchise. With all of its tight turns and lack of walls, it's incredibly easy to fall off the edge and be sent plummeting. Of course, as with every other iteration of Rainbow Road, some players were able to master it in world record time. New to Mario Kart Wii was an in-game online leaderboard system where the best time trials in the world could be automatically uploaded to. Time trial records could be seen instantaneously this way, and could even be downloaded to race against. So, unlike many of the other games where early times were claimed online by veteran players, even some of the earliest records in Mario Kart Wii have video proof, including a 237.380 by Yosuo. His run was essentially just a speedy playthrough of the track, but there's a few important things to pick up on. His character was Funky Kong, the fastest in the game. His vehicle choice was a bike called the Flame Runner. In Mario Kart Wii, there's 2 main types of vehicles, bikes and karts. Karts have the upside of giving the player a longer boost if they drift longer, but bikes give the player the option to do wheelies during straight sections, where the front wheel lifts up and the bike moves faster. There are also 2 subtly different types of bikes, outside drifting ones and inside drifting ones. Bikes with outside drift throw the back wheel out more when turning, so it takes longer to line the kart up forward after drifting. Bikes with inside drift are generally regarded as superior, since you could do a wheelie much sooner after drifting. So for nearly every course in the game, an inside drifting bike is chosen, and one of the best is the Flame Runner. This was very quickly figured out when the game was released, which is why Yasuo was using his bike and character combination. Over the following months, the record would come down due to better driving and a couple of tricks, like using a mushroom or a wheelie to hop over the first part of this S-turn. In late 2009, a player simply known as Cole became the first to get a record with a free fall hop at the start. By hopping when the track goes slightly up at the start, it's possible to get enough air to completely clear the track below. This saves time because the player is moving forward in the X direction the entire time, as opposed to going down the hill where their speed is mostly going in the Y direction. This trick would further be evolved by using a cart, all of which have outside drift. By drifting and hopping over the edge, the cart will continue to rotate to the left. When the vehicle hits the road, hopping causes the game to push it away and give it speed. This speed is enough to go over the zipper at an angle and cut the corner of the track. Since a cart with outside drift is better on Rainbow Road than a bike with outside drift, this makes Rainbow Road the only record in the game to be set with a cart. Over the following several years, the record would come down by a fraction of a second at a time, mainly just from optimizing the driving around the course. Some of the most notable record holders were Japanese runners KK and Runio, who set 7 world records on Rainbow Road in 2011, and Katie, who got the first time of 2:24 in February 2016. His time stood all the way until January 2019, when a player simply known as Bob beat it by 4/100 of a second. There may not be many athletes left named Bob, but there's at least one who's a Rainbow Road champion. But the crazy part is, the playing field will completely change if anybody's able to pull off the Ultra shortcut. Because of Mario Kart Wii's strange checkpoint system and a few other mechanics, many tracks have large shortcuts known as Ultra shortcuts. Rainbow Road's Ultra shortcut was discovered in a tool-assisted speedrun by Esteloy62 in early 2016. The player must go forward in front of the railing at the start, then turn back and hop along the small space between the railing and the edge of the track. Then, the player uses a mushroom and does a spin drift, drifting to the right but holding the stick back to the left, then hopping off the edge of the track, using the mushroom in the air, before finally landing on the track below. This trick requires an incredible amount of precision to pull off. The spin drift must be done at exactly the right angle and location, because the player must make it far enough back in order to fool the game's checkpoint system to have the lap count. And the player must hit the track at the right angle to have a chance at making it to the track. What's more, there are invisible out-of-bound patches across the gap between the track that must be avoided. If they're hit, the game recognizes the player as being out of bounds, and Lakitu picks them up. Esteloy's tool-assisted speedrun, or TAS, was essentially just a demonstration of what was possible. It used tools like slowdowns and re-records to create a theoretical speedrun. Today, more than 3 years after the trick's discovery, nobody's been able to execute this trick in a real-time speedrun of the track. King Alex has probably come the closest. He estimates that he's done more than 10,000 attempts to get the trick. Some of his recent attempts have gotten good spin drifts, but hit the out-of-bounds planes that end the run. Whether King Alex or some other player is able to pull off this trick, it'll definitely be regarded as one of the finest runs in all of Mario Kart Wii. That's all for this game. Now we're going back to the handhelds again, where we find a very unique iteration of Rainbow Road. This is Mario Kart 7. Mario Kart 7's version of Rainbow Road is the first in the series to not have 3 laps of the same track. Instead, it's one long course that's divided into 3 sections that count as laps. Rainbow Road is widely regarded as one of Mario Kart 7's finest tracks, and as a result, it's had a pretty deep history for speedrunning. Unfortunately, Mario Kart 7's replay system is similar to Mario Kart DS's. You have the option to view it in the action movie perspective, or from a first-person perspective. There exist methods of getting around it, like using a 3DS capture card or just recording the run live with the camera, but these methods were used pretty infrequently, so most replays are from the first person. The first verifiable record was a 142 by Walter in December 2011. The re-addition of coins to the series made for a new challenge. The player starts with 0 coins, and can pick up to 10 of them at a time. Each additional coin adds a little bit to your speed, so the strategy around each turn wasn't simply to go as fast and as optimally as possible. There was now the addition of trying to pick up as many coins as early as possible. Mario Kart 7 also introduced gliding to the tracks, where the player could slowly glide down to the ground after getting airtime. Walter used this to his advantage to perform a small shortcut on the second segment of the track, where he glided down to a lower path farther ahead. He also cut this corner at the very end of Section 3 to end the course. As with the other games, the first record wouldn't last long. The record time came down by about 5.5 seconds by late 2012. Some of the most prominent record holders at the time were Dako, Nasi, and Naiko. These three guys broke the record a combined 25 times, and they employed a number of new strategies to their advantage. For example, Nasi figured out the fastest method of going over the wavy section in Section 1. Players normally just pressed R over and over to stunt repeatedly and gain speed boosts, but Nasi strategically hopped back and forth across the middle. Because of the way waves were formed, it was possible to immediately stunt quickly on each side this way. Better methods of gliding were used. By gliding quickly down and then up, the kart overall moves faster through the air. Players had to figure out just how low they could go without being out of bounds, then zoom back up to get to the track. By December 2012, a player known as Monar would get the record. What then began was an incredible streak of dominance. As he found minor new strategies and improved his skills at racing, Monar broke the record 16 times in a row through early 2014. He used stuff like wall boosting. When the player hits into certain walls in Mario Kart 7, it pushes them back at a higher speed than it was driven into. Combined with the right angle, this can be used at the railing around the corner just after the start of Section 2. After Monar's last record in March 2014, he moved on to play Mario Kart 8, but his legacy in Mario Kart 7's Rainbow Road was firmly established. He had taken the track to a new level of optimization, and it seemed like hardly anybody had what it took to knock him off the top. But there were a couple of players who had a chance: Gogoku7 and Diogo. These players each had drastically different experiences with the game, but they were both legitimate contenders. Diogo was a seasoned veteran of the game. He had achieved world records in a handful of tracks, and Rainbow Road was just the next course he had his eyes on. Gogoku, on the other hand, was a Rainbow Road specialist. Virtually all of his efforts in speedrunning Mario Kart 7 were focused on Rainbow Road. These guys had gotten their times close to Monar's record, before Gogoku broke through on June 23, 2014. His time beat Monar's by just 12 milliseconds. And just 6 hours after Gogoku announced his time, Diogo announced that he too had broken Monar's record, with a time sandwiched right in between Monar's and Gogoku's. However, between these two runners, only Gogoku would continue the quest to bring Rainbow Road's record lower. Diogo moved on to playing Mario Kart 8, while Gogoku poured everything he had into Rainbow Road. He eventually realized that Rainbow Road had a magic number, 135, a time on the outer limits of what could be realistically done. His record was a 136.261. Was it possible to take the quarter of a second off to get it to 135? Over the following half-decade, Gogoku would embark on a journey to find out. .996. By the skin of his teeth, Gogoku had gotten a 135. Nearly 5 years after his first record, Gogoku's journey was complete. He's achieved the last 11 records in a row on Rainbow Road, and he's estimated the time could come down by only another 0.1 to 0.2 seconds. It's probable that Gogoku will be beaten one day, but his achievements on the track are simply remarkable. That's all for Mario Kart 7. After decades of journeys through Rainbow Road records, it's time for the last one. This is Mario Kart 8. Mario Kart 8's Rainbow Road actually has 3 different categories of world records. The standard game has regular time trials, but Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, an enhanced port of the game for the Switch, has both 150cc and 200cc time trials. Each of these 3 categories has their own progression of world records, but just to keep things simple, we're going to stick to the original Mario Kart 8 version. As for the course itself, it's quite similar to Mario Kart Wii's Rainbow Road. Part of the track has no walls on either side, and the 3 laps fly by as the player is constantly thrown new obstacles to overcome. Very early records from when the game came out in May 2014 showed how fast-paced the course was. Most of these times stood for just a few hours each, but some of the most dominant players were Naiko and Kiki. As the dust settled, however, a number of minor yet crucial racing techniques were developed. Probably the most famous one of these is fire hopping. After getting a speed boost, whether it be from a mini turbo, a mushroom, or a zipper, the player can hop a few times to preserve the speed for longer. This is because for karts and outward drifting bikes, speed is lost more slowly in the air rather than on the ground. So by maximizing time in the air, the speed gained from a boost will last slightly longer. In order to further extend the speed of a boost, the player can also perform what's known as demon sliding. It looks quite similar to fire hopping, and typically is performed immediately after. By subtly doing small, quick drifts over and over, speed is maintained more so than from just driving forward. Since fire hopping only works right after a boost, demon sliding is useful to continue preserving speed from the boost. The easiest way to tell demon sliding from fire hopping is smoke from the tires. If there's smoke, then the player is demon sliding. Other techniques include brake drifting and soft drifting. Brake drifting involves tapping the brake button repeatedly during a drift to cut corners tighter, similar to R-Tech and Double Dash. This is used on Rainbow Road during the spiral turns that require the player to stay toward the center to go as fast as possible. Soft drifting involves angling the control stick up at a 45-degree angle during a drift. This causes the mini turbo to be charged faster, at the cost of a less sharp drift. Rainbow Road's records slowly drop over the course of 2014, largely due to these strategies being used more and more frequently. But Mario Kart 8 as a whole had something bigger going on. As time had passed, the community had adopted a goal: get every single record in the game below 2 minutes. Most Mario Kart 8 records happen to be about 2 minutes long by nature, with a few of them exceeding 2 minutes by a couple of seconds. By July 2014, just 1 month after the game came out, only 6 courses remained with a world record above 2 minutes. And naturally, as time went on, players got better at demon sliding, soft drifting, all of these minor little strategies that added up. And one by one, each of these records slipped to below 2 minutes. By the time 2015 came, just 2 courses remained. But after Ray achieved a 159 on DK Jungle that January, that left 1 course with a record above 2 minutes: Rainbow Road, with a time of 2 minutes and 98 hundredths of a second by Diogo, who had previously battled Gogoku for Mario Kart 7's Rainbow Road record. And so, the quest for sub 2 began. Other competitors like Danny took the record from them early on, but by March 2015, Diogo was setting world record after world record. He was refining his driving and adding in as many hops and slides as he could. One strategy developed by Japanese player Light was fire hopping instead of sliding before this trick near the end of the lap. Normally, fire hopping during a downward sloped surface like this is ineffective, but in May it was discovered that by angling the control stick 45 degrees, fire hopping was much faster. He also took advantage of a trick called Cannon Glider. By hopping right before a glider pad to just touch the end of it, the glider comes out faster than normal, saving a small amount of time. Then, later that month, he had a chance. He had a solid first lap, and after his second one, he was just barely on pace for a sub 2. As he entered lap 3, the hundreds of hours he had put into optimizing this course were coming to fruition. Saying this was a high-pressure situation was an understatement. To quote Diogo directly, "I heard my heart more than the actual music of the game in the third lap." But as he drove around lap 3, Diogo was finishing the job started by dozens of his peers. 31 courses had accomplished their journey to sub 2. Now it was Rainbow Road's turn. As he crossed the finish line, Diogo may not have been aware of what he had just done. While on pace for his ultimate run, Diogo had just driven the fastest third lap he had ever driven before. The final time was 1:59.903. With less than a tenth of a second to spare, every track in Mario Kart 8 was completed under 2 minutes. Now, that was more than 4 years ago. Since then, the record has come down by a few tenths of a second. Players like Ishak and Danny played a major role in this, with Danny being the current world record holder. But just like all the other Rainbow Roads, the current record doesn't tell the full story. The journey of how players got there shows the dedication, patience, and perseverance involved in setting these times. This has been the history of Rainbow Road World Records. Thanks for watching. Hey, I just wanted to let you all know about an upcoming Mike Tyson's Punch-Out speedrunning tournament I'm going to be hosting. It'll feature some of the top players in the world, and it'll be taking place throughout the next couple of months. You can watch it at twitch.tv/TKO tournament. I hope to see you there. If you're given the task to beat Super Mario Bros. 3 as fast as possible, how would you go about it? Well, there's these things called warp whistles that you can pick up in World 1 and use to warp all the way to the last world, World 8. Doing this properly allows you to potentially beat the entire game in under 11 minutes. However, if we're to believe the hundreds of speedrunning experts in the YouTube comment section, then using warp whistles is cheating. So, what about beating Super Mario Bros. 3 as fast as possible without warp whistles? The world record for Super Mario Bros. 3 Warpless carries with it a reputation for merciless execution and luck. 8 worlds, each with a wide variety of levels, enemies, and obstacles that you must know exactly how to speed through. Patience is pushed to the limit as the player loses hundreds, or even thousands of runs to small mistakes or just simple misfortune. While the precision and persistence needed is enough to deter many from trying, some push past it. This is the story of the players who have gone through the challenging yet rewarding journey to obtain the Super Mario Bros. 3 Warpless world record. This is the world record progression of Super Mario Bros. 3 Warpless. Let's go back to 2010. That January, the first ever Games Done Quick event was held. Classic Games Done Quick.
What? What was that? I've never seen this thing ever.
This event would later turn into Awesome Games Done Quick, the annual charity speedrunning marathon that raises millions of dollars. Now, the reason I bring this up is because the earliest known warpless speedrun of Super Mario Bros. 3 with video was played at this event. The runner's name was Freddie Anderson, who had the any percent world record at this point as well. This run won't be covered in great detail, but the most important concept to understand about it is the P-meter. Super Mario Bros. 3 essentially revolves around the P-meter. When Mario is running on the ground, the meter starts to fill up, and when he's in the air, it decreases. When it's filled all the way, Mario's running speed drastically increases to a speed called P-speed. Runners struggle to figure out ways to build up P-speed in as many levels as possible. You have to run on the ground for as long as you can, strategically slow down and speed up in certain places, and time your jumps just right. Anderson didn't have the strategies needed to build up the P-meter effectively throughout the game, and as a result, he spent much of the time either walking or running without P-speed. For example, this is Anderson's playthrough of 3-2. He's never able to build up the P-meter at the start of the level, and instead has to slowly leap his way across the water and the blocks above it. In a modern speedrun, the player can just barely build it up at the start by waiting and running on each platform. The P-speed earned from this lets the player fly through the level without even touching the water. Anderson's lack of P-speed, on top of a few deaths, helped result in an end time of around an hour and 3 minutes. While it was a solid enough run, it wasn't held to the same level of optimization as other speedruns at the time. It's possible that Anderson himself had a faster run, but his Games Done Quick run appears to be the only one with surviving video. Regardless, one guy thought he had what it took to beat his time. Mitch Flower Power. Mitch began doing warpless speedruns in 2010 with a specific goal in mind. He wanted to beat Anderson's run and get it published on Speed Demo's archive. Speed Demo's archive was more or less the center of speedrunning back then. Runners would submit high-quality recordings of their world record speedruns, and after they were verified, they would be posted on the site for the world to see. In 2010, Mitch was able to beat Anderson's time with a 59-minute run. But it was ultimately rejected from Speed Demo's archive, not because it was cheated or anything like that, but because the verifiers felt that it just wasn't good enough. As Andrew G would say,
It's too slow!
That was one other component of Speed Demo's archive. Your run needed to look visually impressive. And while it probably would have looked great to a normal viewer, Speed Demo's archive verifiers were used to watching a higher level of gameplay. So, they told Mitch to come back and do it again faster. And that's exactly what he did. On September 21st, 2010, Mitch completed a run that would be verified on Speed Demo's archive a few months later. The time was 55 minutes and 47 seconds. Let's take a look. The 8 worlds in Super Mario Bros. 3 each offer a new set of challenges that the player must overcome. As Mitch made his way through World 1, you can see his expertise of controlling the P meter. He would run on ledges, just barely fill it up all the way, and then have P speed as he flew through the air. As important as the levels are, however, there's another incredibly important part to Mario 3 speedruns: the overworld Hammer Brothers. These guys move from space to space after you complete a level or die. If you run into them, you fight them to pick up whatever item they have. Sometimes, like here in World 1, you have no choice but to fight the bro and are forced to pick up the star that he always has. And then there's situations like World 2. There's 2 Hammer Brothers here. One of them has a music box, which stops Hammer Bros from moving across the map for a bit, and one of them has a hammer, which is used to break blocks on the overworld map to skip playing certain levels. Since you don't necessarily need to pick up the music box here, it can be ideal to avoid fighting this Hammer Brother by navigating around him on the map, because each additional Hammer Bro fight takes 10 to 15 seconds. However, sometimes Mitch couldn't tell which Hammer Bro was which, and sometimes they were in his way regardless. In this particular run, the Hammer Bro with the music box was up in the corner. Since Mitch moved around the bottom of the map, he was able to avoid it, fight the Hammer Bro with the hammer, and finish the world. Worlds 3 through 5 can be summarized as fighting some Hammer Brothers, skipping others, and flying through levels as much as you can. With all of the overworld action, it's sometimes hard to appreciate the crazy skill that goes into the levels themselves. Although some parts were slower than optimal, the ability to build up P speed while trying to avoid touching any enemies is remarkable. Since Mitch did most of this run as Small Mario, touching any enemy would have killed him. World 6 featured a bit of a strange moment. Mitch was flying through the world as normal, and then suddenly turned around and backtracked all the way to the mushroom house to pick up a hammer suit. You might think that this had something to do with manipulating the RNG, or it saved him time somehow, but no, he just forgot to pick it up initially and had to go back and get it. World 7 features a bit of everything. Mitch had been fighting several Hammer Brothers in the previous worlds to pick up items like P-Wings to fly over levels, Clouds to skip levels, and even the occasional Invincibility Star. He used a bunch of these items here in World 7 to skip his way through many of the levels. And finally, there's World 8. Most of it is actually on the tame side. There's several auto-scrolling levels where you simply have to wait for the screen to move to the end of the stage. But eventually, Mitch came to the hands. These 5 boxes on the overworld map, or specifically these 3, make up the hands in World 8. When Mario moves over one, there's a 50-50 chance that a hand will appear and pull him down into a 15 to 20 second stage that must be beaten. Given that there's 3 chances for a hand to pull you down, this means that 12.5% of the time, you'll be able to pass by without getting pulled down at all. It's called getting no hands. Working out the probabilities, you'll find that 3/8 of the time, you'll get 1 hand, losing 15 to 20 seconds, and 3/8 of the time, you'll get 2 hands, losing 35 to 40 seconds. And of course, another 1/8 of the time, you'll get all 3 hands and lose around a minute. Mitch got 2 hands in this run, which lost him some time, but since it was at the very end of an hour-long run, he really didn't mind all that much. After a few more tricky stages and a couple of auto-scrollers, Mitch had made it to the last level. The fight with Bowser normally involves waiting for him to jump and break the blocks below. This takes quite a bit of time, but remember that hammer suit that Mitch picked up in World 6? The Bowser fight is why he picked it up in the first place. Hammers do an incredible amount of damage to Bowser. It turned a fight that would have dragged on and on into this. All in all, this was quite an impressive run for the time. Impressive enough that Speed Demos Archive decided to publish it on their website. Mitch didn't die a single time, and showed off some really fast strategies. It's also worth noting that instead of playing on an actual NES, Mitch played on the Wii Virtual Console port of Super Mario Bros. 3. Just keep that in mind for later. One thing that was crystal clear after Mitch pulled off this run was the fact that Super Mario Bros. 3 Warpless was a brutal category. Wandering Hammer Brothers and the Hands could add dozens of seconds onto your run from bad luck alone, not to mention the P-Speed strategies in level after level of an hour-long run. It was intimidating to try running it, and very few people did back then. Mitch would end up playing the category some more a year later, and ended up beating his own record by about 45 seconds. There's not too much that was different about it. The improvements can be generalized into Mitch simply getting better at the game over that period of time. There were fewer mistakes overall, and the run was slightly smoother. What these two runs essentially did, however, was establish Mitch as the top runner of Super Mario Bros. 3 Warpless. A couple of months then passed. We're in early 2012, which is when a website called Speedruns Live was in its heyday. Speedruns Live was the headquarters of speedrun races. 2 or more players could connect to a server and have a race room keep track of the total time as they raced to beat their game as fast as possible. On March 29th, 2012, 2 players joined a race room for Super Mario Bros. 3 to do a warpless race. The first was Karua. He was a Mario 3 speedrunner from France with a personal best not far from Mitch's world record. The second racer was Black Hasu. He was a Mario 3 speedrunner from Japan, and it's very hard to find information about him today. Black Hasu was live streaming his side of the race so anybody could watch. The runners began their race, and even though Black Hasu was playing on the Famicom version, which had slower transitions between levels, he pulled ahead early on. By the time the runners were in World 3, Karua decided to just forfeit the race and watch Black Hasu's run from his live stream. What would then occur over the better part of the next hour was remarkable. Black Hasu would finish the run with an end time of 54:46, a new world record. The only problem is that the video for this run doesn't seem to exist anywhere today. People were watching this run as it was being played live, including Karua, so we do know that it happened all those years ago. The only evidence we have now, however, is the Speedruns Live race results page, which shows a race from March 29th, 2012, with Karua finishing in second place with a forfeit, and Black Hasu winning with a time of 54:46. Accounts from runners who saw this run describe a more modern approach to the run as a whole. Mitch's 55-minute runs treated each level as an individual level, where the goal is to simply beat each one as fast as possible. This usually involved just staying a small Mario. Black Hasu, on the other hand, backed up to look at the game as a whole. He decided to pick up the Fire Flower more often. Now, he did have to slow down to pick it up, but it definitely had its benefits. It let him save 4 seconds on each of the Boom Boom fights throughout the game by killing them with fire, as well as letting him use fire in the other levels to clear enemies and ultimately get through them faster. Of course, since the video for this run doesn't exist, people weren't able to see these strats in action until the next world record. Karua's 54:34 from May 2012, an improvement of 12 seconds. He picked up fire in World 1, which he tried to hold on to as long as he could. Of course, the Fire Flower route was still really new here, so there definitely were a few rough patches. He got hit and lost fire in 3-9, 4-6, and 5-7, and had to pick the Fire Flower back up as soon as he could each time. He also died in World 6, and instead of getting right back into the level, he just sat there in the overworld. Yeah, he thought the run was dead, but decided to just keep going for the heck of it. Karua was also able to show off a pretty fast 7-1 clip. Instead of playing through 7-1 as normal, which is a pretty long stage, it's possible to clip into the wall and ceiling right at the start of the level and skip straight to the end. Now, not only does this trick require you to jump in the perfect location, but your sub-pixel position also needs to be just right for the clip to even have a chance of working. Subpixels define Mario's position on a scale smaller than the pixel, and it's not usually possible to control them. Karua was able to get it on his 3rd try, which was pretty good considering that the previous world record of video footage, Mitch's 55:04, took 6 tries. And then, after getting no hands in World 8, Karua closed out a run 12 seconds faster than Black Hasu's lost record. All in all, while there were many unpolished sections, the use of Fire Flower throughout the run significantly helped. The key word here was potential. The Fire Flower strats had potential. How far would people be able to take them? Mitch decided to test that question less than a month later. Just 3 weeks after Karua's world record, Mitch fired right back with a 40-second improvement, a time of 53:53. While Mitch too was using the fire strats, his methodology was slightly different. Karua's strategy was to pick up fire and then hold onto it as long as he could. Mitch's strategy was to pick up items and then intentionally lose them to damage boost through specific sections. He did this repeatedly throughout the run. Fancier P-speed strategies, especially in World 7, helped him gain more time over Karua. In 7-3, for example, he would run right up to an enemy or ledge, pixels away from getting hit or falling off. It's exactly what he needed to build up P-speed each time. By this point, in late 2012, a friendly rivalry between Mitch and Karua had developed. These guys traded the world record back and forth multiple times throughout 2012. The next 4 world records, however, would all be obtained by Karua. Over the course of about 6 months, Karua would take the world record from a 53:53 down to a 53:02. One key improvement was the fire kill on Bowser. Picking up the hammer suit in World 6 to bust out right before fighting Bowser used to be the strategy, because killing him with just 4 hammers was much faster than having to spam him with more than 30 fireballs. However, because you have to go out of your way to pick up the hammer suit in World 6 from a mushroom house, you end up gaining several seconds from just hanging on to fire in World 8 to kill Bowser. Karua's item routing also got a bit more strategic. In stage 7-2, for example, runners used to use a P-Wing, a valuable item, to fly over the first section. Karua switched to an Invincibility Star, which he had sitting in his inventory anyway. And probably the most important part of these 4 runs is that in one of them, Karua got what's known as the early hammer. Early hammer results from a series of incredibly lucky events in the World 2 overworld map. This is a diagram of World 2. There are 2 Hammer Brothers. One starts here and has a music box. We'll be ignoring him for now. The second one starts here and has a hammer, which can break down these barriers to help you move to get to new areas on the map sooner. Hammer Brothers move 1 space after each level you complete or die in, and the direction they move is random. If they move on top of a level, or on top of another Hammer Brother, then they'll move an additional time until they reach an open spot on the map. Normally this works out just fine. The player will move through 2-1, 2-2, the fortress, up past 2-3, through the sun level, either up past 2-4 or down past 2-5, and then the pyramid level, before finally reaching the ending airship. The player picks up the hammer somewhere in this rectangle on the map, and the hammer is then used in World 4 to break this barrier and skip past the fortress. Keep in mind though, the direction the Hammer Brother moves after each level is random, so theoretically, this exact series of moves could happen. He moves up here after 2-1, up here after 2-2, over and across 2-4 after the fortress since he can't stop on the level itself, and then down and to the left after 2-3. Instead of reaching him somewhere in this rectangle, you reach him on this space, which is before the sun level. So, you could collect the hammer here, go down here and break the block with it, and then skip both the sun level and 2-5. Unfortunately, the odds in the Hammer Brother making the exact moves you need to reach him after 2-3 are around 5%. If everything does work, you end up gaining around 45 seconds from skipping the 2 levels, but keep in mind that by using the hammer in World 2, you don't have it for World 4. So, you can't break the block to skip the fortress, and you lose half a minute by having to play through it. Still, it's a pretty nice net gain of 15 seconds overall if you're lucky enough to get it. But this was only scratching the surface of the potential of early hammer. Mitch's next world record, a 52:59, would demonstrate another layer. Since the Hammer Brothers are usually off screen, and you can't see where they move, it can be tricky to tell exactly how close you are to getting an early hammer. So, Mitch came up with an idea. Since the Hammer Brother is forced to move 1 space after you die, he would repeatedly die in 2-3 to try to get the Hammer Brother to come across, so you could ultimately avoid playing the level and instead get an early hammer that would skip 3 levels instead of just 2. He'd just force the Hammer Brother to move, and hope that he moved in the right directions to come across 2-3. Getting him to come over in just 1 death, or a 1 death early hammer, saves well over a minute in World 2, netting the player over half a minute overall. but sometimes it could take a few more deaths to get him to come over. Getting a 2-death or better early hammer has been calculated at about 1 to 2% likely, and after 4 deaths, you end up losing as much time as the trick saves and are forced to reset. This created a bit of an ideological divide between the top 2 runners of the game, Mitch and Karua. Mitch had the world record with the 52-59, and he had a habit of getting a ton of runs to World 2 and just dying over and over to try for early hammer. He obviously lost a ton of runs here, but would occasionally get one on a super good pace as a result. Karua, on the other hand, wasn't a huge fan of dying for an early hammer, and instead just took as many runs as he could past World 2. If he happened to run into the hammer bro after 2-3, then he took it, but it usually didn't save as much time as when Mitch would get it before 2-3. So, which strategy was better? Mitch got his 52-59 with early hammer in May 2013, but Karua beat it by 2 seconds without early hammer 4 months later. Where did he make up more than 30 seconds saved by early hammer? Well, part of it was by cleaning up mistakes from Mitch's run. Mitch lost fire in World 4 of his run, and couldn't pick it back up until close to the end of World 5. So, he lost a bunch of time from not having fire for the boom boom fights, and having to use slower strategies in other stages. Karua was also able to avoid fighting a hammer brother that Mitch had to fight in World 4, and got the 7-1 clip in 5 tries versus Mitch's 8. These time saves added up to just a bit more than the approximately 40 seconds that Mitch's 1-death early hammer saved, and since both runners got one hand in World 8, Karua was able to finish just 2 seconds ahead of Mitch with the 52-57. Since Karua was able to get so many more runs past World 2, he had more opportunity to get cleaner runs with smoother later worlds. Just 2 weeks later though, Mitch was able to beat Karua back. He didn't have the chance to get early hammer this run, but he made up a bunch of time elsewhere. As you can see by his splits, he fell over a minute behind his early hammer record after World 2, but made up more than half of it in World 4 because he didn't have to play the Fortress. He made up more time in World 5 because he was able to hold on to Fire Mario, then pulled ahead after a very strong World 7.
I'm minus 1.5 after World 7, like a green split.
World 8 was more of the same, cleaning up mistakes from his previous run, and then getting no hands. A 52-23 without early hammer. Mitch sums it up best.
Beat my PB by 30.
But wait a second. Remember how I mentioned before that Mitch and Karua both did their runs on Wii Virtual Console? Remember how I said to keep it in mind for later? Well, not long after Mitch got a 52-23, runners discovered that playing on the Virtual Console version of Super Mario Bros. 3 was actually losing them about 15 seconds in each run. See, Wii Virtual Console games actually run about 0.5% slower than NES games. It's not really noticeable when playing the game normally, but over the course of an hour-long speedrun, the time adds up drastically. So, Mitch switched to playing on an NES, and got back to doing more warpless runs, this time with a 15-second advantage. February 19th, 2014. Mitch was doing Super Mario Bros. 3 warpless attempts, and happened to get a 2-death early hammer. Keep in mind, the odds in getting a 2-death or better early hammer is less than 2%, so this was a big opportunity for Mitch. He was 48 seconds ahead after World 2.
Look at that!
As always with early hammer, time was lost in World 4 because of having to play the Fortress. But after that, he just picked up time in each split. This was turning into a really nice run, and by the time he entered World 7, he was over half a minute ahead. But the biggest obstacle in World 7 was right at the start, the 7-1 clip.
Come on! This is fucking bullshit, man. I've wasted so much time there.
10 tries. It hurt, but luckily for Mitch, the rest of the world was great, so he didn't lose a huge amount of time overall.
Oh, I don't know what these splits are. What's going on?
So, now Mitch had just one focus, the hands. He was over half a minute ahead, and had the luxury of some wiggle room on the hands. Getting 3 hands would eliminate any chance at the record, but getting 2 hands or better would make it possible. 46 minutes into the run, it was all coming down to this.
Oh my god! Oh my god! What? Early hammer. Okay, everyone quiet. Everyone's gotta be quiet right now. Y'all gotta be quiet. Shh. I got it! I think I got it! Oh my god, I got it! I got it! Yes! You can't beat this run. I'm sorry. But you can't beat that. Oh my god. Kitty, do you understand what just happened? Early hammer, no hands. Look at the splits, dude. Like, you can't beat it. There's nothing you could do.
Well, Mitch said it himself. You could not beat this run. Mitch and Karua had battled for years, but this run was the ultimate one. Early hammer, no hands. Multiplying the odds of those two tricks alone, we're looking at no better than 1 in 400 odds of getting a run this good. And that, of course, doesn't factor in the odds of getting good luck with all of the Hammer Brothers, and all the execution you must nail in each stage of the game. And that's why it stood, and stood, and stood. For 1 month. "32 days later, it was beaten by a run that did not get early hammer, by a runner that was neither Karua nor Mitch. Russian speedrunner Outside Lutz beat Mitch's so-called unbeatable run by exactly 1 second. How did he do it? Well, the most important thing to realize is that Mitch's run really wasn't all that perfect. He was excited in the moment, which is why he said it was unbeatable. But, for example, the 10th try clip in 7-1 sent him back 20 seconds versus Outside Lutz's first try clip. That right there nearly eliminated the advantage gained from early hammer. He also got some sketchy Hammer Brother movements, which ultimately led to a couple of extra Hammer Brother fights.
He's gotta move back up. Please move back up. What a son of a bitch.
Improving sections like that led to Outside Lutz and Karua 5 months later, both improving Mitch's run by a few seconds without the early hammer. But in May of 2015, Mitch blew them out of the water once more with an amazing 51.28, once again without early hammer. One notable improvement from this run was the reintroduction of the hammer suit into the route. Mitch figured out that by picking it up in stage 7-8 and preserving P-speed throughout the rest of the level, you could then use it to kill Bowser quickly at the end and potentially pick up a couple of seconds over the Fire Flower. This was very difficult to do fast enough to save any time at all, so certain runners opted to just stick with the Fire Flower the whole way. But Mitch used the hammer strats in this run, and was able to get the first warpless world record in the year 2015. Speaking of 2015, that was the year that another warpless runner began to threaten the world record, Cujo. Cujo played several different categories of Super Mario Bros. 3 throughout 2014 and 2015. His warpless personal best got lower and lower, 54 minutes, 53 minutes, then 52 minutes, and he slowly turned into a world record contender. Cujo eventually began doing warpless world record attempts, but he had one problem. His hand luck in World 8 was just awful. He eventually started highlighting and listing all the world record pace runs he had that died to bad hand luck at the very end. The number reached 18, before finally, one day, it happened.
Holy shit.
All he had to do now was lock down and focus. He just had to not get hit by anything and make it to the end. And...
Oh my god.
the run died because he got hit in the very last autoscroller before Bowser. Thankfully for Cujo though, a few months later, he would get another chance after a run with first try 7-1 clip. The hands were nice to him, and Cujo was finally able to get his first warpless world record.
Yes! Fucking world record!
Cujo's run only beat the world record by 1 second, but it would stand a lot longer than Mitch's record. Mitch's 51.28 stood for 4 months, from May 2015 to September 2015. Cujo beat it that September, and entering the year 2017, his 51.27 was still the world record. However, in early 2017, Karua decided to come back to speedrunning Super Mario Bros. 3 warpless. Karua hadn't achieved a warpless world record since 2014, but he had a goal he wanted to accomplish. Not only did he want to beat Cujo's 51.27, but he wanted to take it a step further. He wanted a 50-minute time. That would require taking nearly half a minute off the world record. Could that be done? The potential was definitely there, but Karua wanted some more help to get it. So he went into the lab to figure out different routes he could take to save some more time. The biggest thing he decided on was to finally start using the 7-9 clips. The old route at the end of World 7 was to use the cloud to skip over stage 7-9 straight to the fortress. This is because 7-9 is normally a super slow stage. You've got to go up, down, left, and right, all the way through this maze-like level. The new route Karua used was a bit different. He was not going to use the cloud for 7-9, and instead use it in the World 8 fortress. He was just going to play through 7-9, and in order to make it fast enough to make it worth it, he had to use these clips into the walls. There were two different routes of doing these clips. A 4-clip route that saved up to 16 seconds, and a 2-clip route that saved up to 8 seconds where you could also pick up a fire flower if you needed it. Keep in mind, each of these clips required both a pixel-perfect jump and lucky subpixel positioning. Each missed clip costs about 4 seconds, and given that runners could sometimes spend a dozen tries on a clip, this was really risky to go for. He would need to get the 2 clips in 4 total tries to break even, or the 4 clips in 8 tries. But in February 2017, Karua had to run 17 seconds ahead of his personal best in the World 7. When he came to 7-9, he decided to go for the clips, but was only going to do the 2-clip version because he needed to pick up a fire flower. And the clips didn't go too well. It took him 5 tries to get the 2 clips, ending with a net loss of 4 seconds. This run, however, would go on to get no hands in World 8 and be a new world record of 51:20, 21 seconds away from his goal. A month and a half later, Karua was on a run that was very close after World 7. The 7-9 clips hadn't done him any favors. It took him 8 tries to get the 4 clips, meaning he broke even on them. But he did have a few seconds to save in World 8 if everything went perfectly. And then, in the last level, this clip normally was much easier than the other clips. You had to get into the gap as Big Mario, then get ejected out of the wall to the other side. But he missed it first try, and had to waste a couple of seconds doing it again. No big deal, right? Tied world record. Well, shoot. It was okay though. Just 3 days later, Karua got a run with a post 2-3 early hammer, the type that skips 2 levels and saves 15 seconds overall. Bad Hammer Brother luck in the middle worlds forced him to use a fancy strategy that he had developed in 6-10 to pick up fire and skip having to use a P-Wing in 6-9. The 7-9 clip started off poorly, with the first clip coming 3rd try, but then 6 tries overall, meaning a net gain of 8 seconds for Karua. He then got a hand in World 8, but the time buffer he had still allowed for a 51:13 world record, 14 seconds from his goal. Including this world record, Karua then had a streak of 20 runs that made it to World 8 on record pace that got at least 1 hand. He didn't highlight them like Cujo did, but it did lead to a couple of months without any new records. And then came June 6, 2017. It started off like any other run. He fell behind against his early hammer run, and then made up most of the time in World 4. And then, in the World 6 Fortress, he clipped into the ground. If he was a pixel too low, he would have hit the spikes below. If he was a pixel too high, he would have just landed normally. Clipping like this, however, skipped the room before the boss and ejected him right where he needed to be, saving 7 seconds. World 6 ended up being a world split. It was the fastest Karua had ever completed World 6. He was ahead of the world record. Then, he had this happen in 7-1. And then, he had this happen in 7-9. Then he went into World 8. After months of grinding for a 50, Karua was on sub 51 pace after the hands for the first time ever. A few stages later, his journey finally came to an end. The first 50 in Super Mario Bros. 3 Warpless history. Kurua had accomplished his goal. His journey started by beating Black Hasu back in 2012 with a 54-34, and culminated with a 50-57 in June 2017. Not long after this run, Kurua retired from speedrunning. He said that it's possible he'll make a return someday, but regardless, his legacy from Super Mario Bros. 3 speedrunning is honorable. World record after world record in every category, and developing a long-lasting rivalry with Mitch, the only other runner to consistently match his level of play. But Mitch wasn't done yet. He wanted to get the world record back. Getting another sub 51 wasn't going to be easy, so he decided to do attempts every single day starting in January 2018 until he broke the record. And since he's Mitch, he was going to grind for early hammer. He wanted the time save. He lost run after run in World 2 as he grinded for early hammer, but he did eventually see results. In March, he got his first personal best in almost a year with a 51.02.
So close. So close, man.
He was headed on the right track, just a few seconds away from Kurua's world record. It was inevitable the record would be his soon, but nobody expected the run that would come on March 24th, 2018.
Oh my god. For RTA runners, it saves no time.
It started with a post 2-3 early hammer in World 2. The splits on the left compare against his 51.02, and the splits on the right compare against Kurua's world record. He had a very smooth World 3 and World 4, a gold split in World 5. After World 6, he was 16 seconds ahead of Kurua's world record. Then came the 7-1 clip.
Ridiculous.
He was so far ahead of Kurua at this point that since he had the hammer suit, he decided to avoid messing with the 7-9 clips. So he went back to the old strategy of using a cloud to skip 7-9 and instead playing the Fortress in World 8. This was some careful strategy for Mitch. Here's why. He was 43 seconds ahead after World 7, but it's misleading. Part of that lead was from skipping stage 7-9. He was going to lose 40 to 45 seconds in World 8 from having to play the Fortress. But, since he had the hammer suit while Kurua did not, he was going to gain 9 or 10 seconds back from being able to use it in World 8. He also had a few seconds to save from mistakes that Kurua made. That meant he was on pace for somewhere around a 50-43, and that was a ridiculous pace. But he needed to play really well, and on this run more than any other, he needed to get no hands. This was it. Mitch's best chance ever to get a sub 51. He made his way through auto-scrollers and other stages. He went through 8-1, and then he entered 8-2.
Unbelievable.
Devastating. This shot right here is supposed to take out the sun. It missed by pixels. After getting a bad pattern from the sun after that, it ended up being right where he needed to land, and he lost the hammer suit. Any advantage he had over Kurua was wiped away. He was neck and neck. It was going to be close.
Did I do it? Did I? I don't think I did it. I did it. I did it. Oh my god.
50-55. And that is where the world record stands today. But I can guarantee that's not where it's going to stand in the future. A few months after his 50-55, Mitch discovered possibly the most revolutionary trick that Mario 3 Warpless has ever seen. It's possible to manipulate the game into giving you an early hammer every single run. Getting an early hammer is determined by where the Hammer Brothers moved after each level. The game determines which direction they move based on the exact frame you end the level on. For example, if you ended on frame 6523, this guy will move up, but if you ended a frame later, he'll move a different direction instead. It's possible to actually get a deathless early hammer with perfect movements after every level. They move toward each other, then get caught on top of each other and can't separate until they're across stage 2-3. So, what Mitch did was create a tool-assisted speedrun, which lets him use save states, slowdown, and other tools to let him end levels on the exact frames he needs to. This tool-assisted speedrun ends each level in World 2 on the frame necessary for the Hammer Brothers to move closer together, and eventually on top of each other. The end result is a no-death early hammer. What the player can then do is play this tool-assisted speedrun back while they're doing their speedrun, and try to time the end of each level in World 2 with the tasks. They usually have only one frame, or a 60th of a second to time each of these, or sometimes a couple of frames. Obviously, it's not easy to get all these timings correctly in a run. As it's still pretty new, no world records have been accomplished yet with the manipulation. But, Mitch has had some success with it in the few attempts he's done.
Yeah, baby! Woo!
And given that this type of early hammer provides a 30 to 35 second time save over no early hammer, this game still has a lot of history in front of it. So, questions must be asked. Will the rivalry between Kurua and Mitch resume in the future?
I got it! I think I got it! Oh my god, I got it!
Will a new challenger rise up?
Yes!
And just how low is the record gonna go? We'll just have to wait and see. Thanks for watching. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle has all the characteristics of a great speedrun. It's got fast pacing, action, and one of the best soundtracks of its era. Hundreds of gamers have come together over the past decade to work out how to beat the game as fast as possible. What has resulted is one of the most broken speedruns the world has ever seen. Just a few top runners can say that they've had the world record, and for at least a period of time, been the fastest person on Earth to beat the game. This is the history of that world record. This is the world record progression of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Competition for this game originally existed from individual level runs, or ILs, grinding one level over and over again to do it as fast as possible instead of the whole game. Eventually, the idea came about on Speed Demo's archive to do a full speedrun of the game. Sonic Adventure 2 has two stories available from the start. Hero Story, where you play as Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, and Dark Story, where you play as Shadow, Eggman, and Rouge. This video will be focusing on the more popular category, Hero Story, and the first recorded person to do a hero speedrun back in December 2007 was this guy, YoshiFan28. For those who don't know, there are three main types of stages in Sonic Adventure 2, and in each of them he plays a different character. The Sonic stages were built for speedrunning. YoshiFan was able to dash, jump, and most importantly, sprint his way through these stages. Your goal is just to get from the start of the stage to the end in the fastest time possible. Speed Demo's archive rules said that he had to stay in bounds for his speedrun. That didn't stop YoshiFan from using a few clever shortcuts in some of the Sonic stages anyway. Puzzle Room Skip, for example, was a way to get to the end of Crazy Gadget slightly faster. You normally had to go out of your way to shoot a missile to break down a barrier in front of the goal ring, but instead, YoshiFan performed a super bounce on top of a block while upside down and hit the goal ring from below. A super bounce can be done by spin dashing into a wall, then jumping and bouncing while being right next to it. For some strange reason, the game turns your horizontal velocity into vertical velocity when you hit the wall on a bounce, so you fly up the wall much higher than normal. As everything here was ruled to be done in the boundaries of the map, YoshiFan was able to do it to save time in his run. The Tails stages, on the other hand, were slower paced. The goal is similar to the Sonic stages, getting from the start to the end, but how you do it is different. You're in a mech, shooting enemies and other obstacles to clear your path ahead. This, however, didn't stop Yoshi-Fan from running full speed ahead as much as he could. And then there were the Knuckles stages, which were definitely some of the most frustrating in the game. There's no defined start and finishing lines to the stages. Instead, you're tasked with finding 3 objects, usually pieces of the Master Emerald. They randomly spawn one at a time in one of dozens of locations across the stage. If they all spawn really far away from each other, then you're losing a lot of time, because you have to go all the way to each one to pick them up. Yoshi-Fan would find out where the next emerald was by going to his screen and reading the hint it gave you, which is always specific to an emerald location. But this meant that he had to memorize dozens and dozens of hint messages to know where the next piece always was. So, not only was good luck required to get pieces in good locations to pick them up quickly, but incredible memorization was needed as well. There's also various boss fights throughout the game, but most of them were pretty simple for Yoshi-Fan. Just go all out attacking them and they'll all die quickly enough. Exactly 46 minutes after the run began, Yoshi-Fan had finished the first ever hero story run of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. He had played on the GameCube version instead of the Dreamcast version because of faster loading times, and overall it was a very solidly executed run, but one that was still bounded by having to stay in bounds. But sometimes, boundaries just have to be broken. Meet Sonic Guitar. Sonic Guitar was one of the game's most famous individual level runners. He'd held world records in some of the stages and was regarded as one of the game's best players overall. Many players back then were IL runners, including Yoshi-Fan, but Sonic Guitar was a prime candidate to beat the Hero Story world record. Sonic Guitar also decided to not abide by the inbounds rule set, so he had a plethora of new skips, some inbounds and some out of bounds, to use that had been discovered in the 3 years since Yoshi-Fan's record. Many were minor, clips through a wall in Aquatic Mine using a sign, clipping past the door so you didn't need to open it in Death Chamber, spin dashing through a door to avoid picking up a key in Pyramid Cave. These weren't big time saves, but they at least helped him pick up a few seconds over Yoshi-Fan. Super bounces were used in the Egg Golem boss fight now as well. You only have a few frames to perform each one, so it's a very risky strategy, but you can get on top of him if you do them correctly so you don't have to climb up his back. Sonic Guitar didn't care how hard they were, he was going for them anyway and he nailed them. The biggest revelation, however, was Crazy Gadget Skip. Sonic Guitar discovered it in June 2010, and as you would expect, it takes place on the Crazy Gadget stage, where you play as Sonic and change the gravity to make your way through the level. At one point, you change the gravity to the left, walk on the wall, and then are supposed to change it back and continue making your way through the level. Sonic Guitar did not do that. Instead, he kept the gravity on the left, and then spin dashed and jumped at the perfect time to clear a kill plane, a barrier that will kill you if you come into contact with it. He then had to navigate through the stage very precisely while on the left wall. Making any false moves could have caused the game to softlock, and you would have had to restart the level. He used the messed up gravity to gain a ton of speed and fall through a wall, then floated through space and landed exactly on the goal ring where he needed to. Yeah, needless to say this trick was one of the toughest in the game, but if everything was done correctly, it would save him around 40 seconds. So, all of these new tricks put together, along with more optimal playing in some other sections, was enough to take more than 3 minutes off the record in December 2010. At this point, the Hero Story record was in a good place. There were still a lot of people doing individual level runs as well, of course, but Hero Story was gaining in popularity. Sonic Guitar had achieved a really solid 42.58, and months passed without anybody beating it. Then, in November 2012, something strange happened. The game was re-released on Steam, and runners soon figured out a very important distinction about the PC version. Everything loaded faster, so much so that the PC version would gain nearly 3 minutes just on faster load times alone. Additionally, the PC version had more hint screens on the Knuckles stages, meaning the player could figure out where to go quicker than before. So ultimately, this meant that the world record could now be beaten fairly easily as long as the person doing so played on PC. Someone had to take advantage of this opportunity, and in December 2012, the guy to do so was Broken Arthritis, better known as Logan.
My hands are starting to shake bad.
Logan wasn't on the same level as Sonic Guitar quite yet. Some of his early records were casually achieved in races with other runners, and while they were faster than Sonic Guitar's run, when using the in-game timer to eliminate load times they were still multiple minutes slower. Gradually though, the gap got narrower and narrower.
Yes! 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 Fuck yes! Yes! Oh my god, 40 seconds ahead now. Oh my god, fuck this game. 41, 43. Yes! Finally. This record is hard to beat now. This record is extremely hard to beat now.
Yes it was. He was now just 11 seconds away from a run under 40 minutes. But like he said, the run was getting pretty optimized. Pushing the run under 40 minutes was not going to be easy. And then, seemingly out of nowhere, two huge new skips were discovered. City Escape Skip and Final Rush Skip. Sometime in early January 2013, Versace apparently accidentally found City Escape Skip. If you do a trick off of this ramp, and avoid touching a speed pad which caps your speed, you can actually land just barely out of bounds next to another speed pad. Sonic's foot clips the speed pad so his direction rotates 90 degrees while remaining in the same state that he was while flying off of the ramp. If all was done correctly, Sonic is now lined up so that he'll continue flying out of bounds, right past the staircase and fall through space till later in the stage. Final Rush Skip was found by Chain Jump. You fall off of a rail you're riding on, and then have a bounce attack launch you horizontally. This boosts your horizontal speed. There's an invisible vertical kill plane you're then trying to get through. If you do the bounce attack and are lucky with your speed, then it's possible to be moving so fast horizontally that you'll be on one side of the kill plane for one frame, then on the other side the next frame, and never actually come into contact with it. It's explained here by YouTuber Chubba Bubba.
So you can see that on this frame, you are actually outside of this kill plane. And on the next frame, you're outside it again. So there's no frame where you're inside the kill plane. You go from being outside to outside on the other side.
After, you fall and fall through space, all while navigating to avoid more invisible kill planes. If all goes well, you'll fall and land on the goal ring, skipping much of the stage. So now Logan had a new goal: get a good run that had both City Escape Skip and Final Rush Skip. Since City Escape was the first stage in the game, and Final Rush was the last non-boss stage, there was so much that could still go wrong in between these skips, but they were two very pivotal points in the run. On January 30th, 2013, Logan was on an alright looking run, but if he could just land Final Rush Skip, it would instantly go from an alright run to being likely a huge world record. He slid his way down the stage, and as he jumped off of the rail, everything fell silent. All he could do now was hope that he didn't die.
Yes! Yes! I'm gonna do it, dude. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, no way. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes. No way.
This was it. He finally got his wish. The only thing standing between him and glory now was the fight with Shadow.
Fuck yes! Fuck yes! Yes! Oh my god!
39-21, the first ever sub 40. It was a great run, but still there was more time to save. His luck in the knuckle stages definitely wasn't the greatest, and his execution throughout was far from perfect too, like this death on Metal Harbor.
Yep, it just ended. That was totally my fault, but I'm gonna keep going.
So he wanted one more world record, this time one that was better all the way through. He got on a run that was ahead, way ahead going in the final rush. He just needed to land the skip. He died on the easier part of the trick. The difficult and seemingly random part, the first kill plane, had gone fine. He died while trying to navigate around the other ones. It was devastating, but all he could do is give it another try.
Thank God. At least I got it second try. But I'm still like a bunch ahead right now. I'm like ahead by a lot.
It still wasn't perfect, but it was still a lot better than the old record, and Logan was pretty happy about that.
Fuck yes! Yes! Finally! Fuck this game! Fuck it! It's over! It's over! Finally! Yes! Thank God!
Logan's new world record had taken him nearly 2,500 attempts to achieve. All of the new strategies, new skips, tough execution, and persistence had finally paid off on April 13th, 2013. With a time this impressive, the question had to be asked: how long would this record last?
New record. Apologies, Logan, for taking it so soon.
That's right, it stood for 7 days. Talon 2461 had been speedrunning a lot of Sonic Adventure 2 while Logan was lowering the Hero Story record down, but he wasn't quite able to get the record from him. At least, not until right after the first ever 38. Talon's run had some very good knuckle stages. He got great piece location in Aquatic Mine and Meteor Herd in particular.
Yeah, right?
It's close.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Those were really good pieces.
Wow.
Still, the run was definitely far from perfect. There were some bad time losses across the run. Some were due to bad luck, others due to missed execution. Logan summed it up pretty well at the end of Talon's run.
This run still hasn't reached its full potential.
One more. Yes! It's over! It's over! It's over!
After months of attempts, a 37:15 was the end result. Simply put, this run was fantastic. Outstanding luck in Death Chamber to save a lot of time, great execution throughout the whole run, nearly everything went well. The record was finally in a place that Talon was satisfied with. And in October 2013, as fate would have it, yet another big skip was discovered. This time by Master C77 and in the Eternal Engine stage. You jump with your mech between a tank and a wall, and let the tank's collision push you into the wall. Most of the time you just jump and nothing would happen, but if you were really lucky, you would get pushed all the way through the wall, into space, and glide to the end of the stage with ease. Of course, there was no consistent strategy to get this to work. You'd pretty much just jump into the tank and pray that it would work. Eternal Engine skip could save upwards of 30 seconds. That was enough to put Talon back on the grind again to get one final run that would put the record nearly out of reach for anybody else. After thousands of attempts, on January 15th, 2014, everything was coming together for Talon.
Okay, good enough. Don't hit a kill plane. I don't have this in my PV, so this split is gonna be amazing. Wow! A minute ahead? I never thought I'd ever get this. Oh! Okay. Okay. the run! It's the run! Oh my god, it's the run!
The Run. That's what the speedrun would be known as. The Run. The run was thought to be nearly flawless. It took Talon a few times to get Eternal Engine Skip to work, but that was the only significant time loss in the run, and even that wasn't too big of a deal. As the dust settled, people realized that beating this run with what was known at the time was nearly impossible. It stood for days, which turned into weeks, which turned into months. But as the time went on, although nobody is able to beat Talon, that didn't stop the top Sonic Adventure 2 players from around the world from discovering more tricks. Some were small shortcuts, like flying with tails at the exact point where two walls meet in Hidden Base to pass through and fly farther into the stage. Some were large skips, like a more consistent setup for Final Rush Skip. You jump off of the rail higher up, and instead of hoping to pass through the kill plane, you attempt to navigate around it with your boosted horizontal speed. This method was a few seconds slower, but since you didn't have to rely on luck, it was the way more consistent method. Then, there was the ultimate risky strategy, Crazy Gadget Skip Skip. Remember Crazy Gadget Skip, where you play the stage on its side? It turned out there was a way to skip Crazy Gadget Skip. It was called Crazy Gadget Skip Skip. First shown off in the tool-assisted speedrun from Hazel, Fusion Varia, and THC98, and later improved in real time by Dark Pro, you would go onto the left wall like before, and then spin dash between two invisible kill planes and fly out of bounds to the goal ring. Here's the catch. You can't actually see where you're falling through space, so you've got to use visual cues from the background. Even attempting this in a run would be absurd, however, because of the enormous risk involved, even though it did provide a solid 20-second time save if it worked. It was simply considered not viable for any runner to go for. Still, with all of these strats, somebody did start to close in on Talon's record. A dude named A Mustache. From late 2014 through 2015, he took his personal record down from 39 minutes, to 38 minutes, to 37 minutes, before eventually getting within a minute of Talon's run. And then, on June 19th, it seemed to all be coming together. The new strategies, solid luck, and great execution had put him 25 seconds ahead of Talon's world record going into Pyramid Cave.
Alright.
So his lead was now cut in half, but A Mustache was still in great shape overall. For the next stage, Death Chamber, all he needed was good luck from the Master Emerald locations.
Angry guy. I better get a good last piece. Nope. Come on.
Just like that, he was knocked back to 4 seconds behind world record pace. He ended up finishing the run with a 36:11, 6 seconds away from the record. So close, yet with the crazy run that was needed to beat Talon, another chance at the record would be hard to come by. A few months later, in October 2015, A Mustache was on an innocent looking run. He was 8 seconds behind world record going into Crazy Gadget. Since it wasn't realistic to gain 9 seconds before the run ended, he made the decision to go for Crazy Gadget Skip Skip. On this run, he had no choice but to go for it to beat the record, but this trick was basically just throwing the run away. And then, this happened.
I haven't taken any risks in Lost Colony yet, because you haven't heard me go like, oh my god,
Come on.
what the hell was that?
Yes! I got CGSS.
Really?
Yeah, I did. Oh my god.
Are you ahead?
I'm ahead of...
Out of nowhere, a run that seemed to have no chance at world record was way ahead of it with just one stage and a couple of boss fights remaining. After taking care of Final Rush Skip, all that was standing between him and the record was the Shadow fight.
New world record! Yes!
Did you get it?
Oh, I'm so happy.
What's the time? 35?
I finally done it.
It had taken him more than 5,700 attempts, but A Mustache was deservedly the new world record holder. A Mustache's record stood without challenge for a few months. Landing all of the skips in a run, including Crazy Gadget Skip Skip, was menacing for anybody to try to tackle. Eventually, a Japanese runner known as Shibaki would become a close competitor, getting personal bests in the 36-minute range. And in January 2016, he got a run quite close to the world record. But there was something very strange about this run. The run finished with a time of 35:42, approximately 5 seconds behind the record. However, Sonic Adventure 2 also has an in-game timer that displays how long it took you to beat each level at the end of every level. When taking the timer for each stage and adding them all up, the time of a Sonic Adventure 2 speedrun is about 10 minutes faster overall because you're skipping all the time between the levels in the calculation. For years, the in-game timing method served as a secondary method to traditional real-time timer from start to finish. This 35:42, however, finished with an in-game time of 24:19, while A Mustache's world record had an in-game time of 24:39, a difference of 20 seconds. So whose run was really faster? As it turns out, the only reason Shibaki's speedrun was slower than A Mustache's run with real time was because his PC wasn't as good. It loaded everything a bit slower, thereby adding about 25 seconds of load time across the whole run. This wasn't factored into the in-game timer. So, even though Shibaki's speedrun was slower with real time, it was actually about 20 seconds of gameplay faster. To account for this, the community decided to time all runs with the in-game timer from then forward, officially making the new world record a 24:19 by Shibaki. This was around the time when the Green Forest wall run began to be used as well. There's an area on loops where the game prevents you from falling by taking Sonic's downward direction and forcing him that way. The trick takes advantage of that by spin dashing from the side of the loop, and then turning left and hitting this area. The game will then force Sonic to his down direction, in this case toward the big tree that you normally have to use springs to climb up. By then using a homing attack, the player is able to climb all the way up the tree without having to use the springs. From there, the era of Japanese dominance began. Throughout nearly all of 2016, the Hero Story record was held by either one of two Japanese runners, Shibaki and Emerua. It seems that Emerua didn't stream his attempts live on Twitch, but he was still a very respected runner who lowered the record with a couple of amazing runs. On the other hand, Shibaki did stream on Twitch. For simplicity's sake, he still used a real-time timer on his stream, even though the category was officially timed with in-game timing. But that didn't stop him from throwing thousands of attempts at the game. 13,000 to be precise.
Nice.
A 24:03. Shibaki and Emerua had taken the game down to just above the 23-minute mark. As 2016 came to a close, the atmosphere of Sonic Adventure 2 speedruns had changed. Gone were the days of finding revolutionary new strategies that would save dozens of seconds, and in their place was a world of precision, runners trying to optimize every last second from the game. A new world record contender emerged, Dark Pro. He pioneered Death Chamber death strats, intentionally killing Knuckles in certain situations to respawn closer to other pieces, or dying to essentially re-roll the locations of the pieces. He was previously more of a speedrunning scientist, helping find some strategies for the crazy gadget skip, but he eventually tried his hand at doing some of the speedruns too. And he too was really good. But 2017 would turn into a dogfight of epic proportions, shaving seconds off of a speedrun that was already extremely optimized. These guys all streamed on Twitch, once again often with a real-time timer on screen even though it was officially timed with the in-game timer. As the record traded hands over and over, the players' skills just got better and better.
PB'd.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Will? Probably. I'm disappointed.
Nice. 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 Thank you.
That might be some memes.
And on March 26, 2017, Dark Pro lowered the world record to a 23:22. This was the 5th time in 4 months that the record had been lowered. But what made this record particularly amazing was that, even with all of the risky strategies, Dark Pro decided to go for the older, way riskier, but faster version of Final Rush Skip, just because he could and wanted to save the time.
Oh. Huh.
He got it, and finished with an absolutely amazing record. And that is not where the world record stands today. No, there's one final record to talk about. Dark Pro's record stood for many months, but somebody did beat it. This is Dage 4. He had been playing the Sonic Adventure games for most of his life, but didn't complete a full game speedrun of either for a long time. He very quickly picked up the world record in most categories of the first Sonic Adventure game, so he then turned his attention towards Sonic Adventure 2. There weren't any significant new strategies for him to use. All he could do was pray for good luck and play perfectly. More perfectly than anybody else before him. And on February 28th, 2018, Dage did this.
Oh my god! 22 is real! 22 is real! 22 is real! It's real! It happened! Oh my fucking god! Yes! Oh my god! Oh, what fuck? Yes! Oh my god! It just happened! It just happened! It just happened. It fucking just happened. It just fucking
Metroid. It's one of Nintendo's most iconic franchises, and it all started back on the original Nintendo Entertainment System back in the 1980s. As the player blasts through aliens and explores the world they're dropped into, they're left with the feeling of awe. Most players want this feeling to last as long as possible and explore every last inch of every room in the game. But some people play Metroid a little bit differently. So, the history of the NES Metroid World Record can be traced back to 2004. The player was a guy I've talked about a lot, and a guy who should probably be known as one of the greatest video game players of all time, Scott Kessler, and the time of the run was 22 minutes and 19 seconds. For those unfamiliar with Metroid, the eventual goal is to beat Mother Brain. Before you can do that, of course, there's so much more that most players have to do. Get items that let you deal more damage, pick up more health, other attributes, and beat 2 mini-bosses, Kraid and Ridley, that allow you to get to Mother Brain in the first place. So, Kessler started off his run by stocking up on missiles and getting other items and health. He traveled through Brinstar to pick up his first 5 missiles, an E-Tank to boost his health to 199, bombs, the Ice Beam, and another E-Tank. In all, he spent around 8 minutes and 45 seconds in Brinstar before heading down the elevator into Kraid's lair to get ready to fight Kraid. Once he was in Kraid's lair, he navigated to the room before Kraid's room and began to farm for missiles. See, when you kill an enemy in Metroid, it can have the chance of dropping a random item, and one of those items it can drop is a missile. Kessler needed 5 missiles to break open the red door to get to the Kraid fight, so he spent about a half minute shooting Giga to get the 5 missiles needed to randomly drop. Then, it was on to the Kraid fight. Kessler's strategy here was to simply roll into a ball and lay bombs everywhere, hoping that they would explode on Kraid and damage him. This strategy was slow, but safe and effective. The fight itself took about a minute, and then he picked up a hidden E-tank and got out. Kessler then had to climb out of Kraid's lair, in a section that would be known as the Climb. His method was to simply shoot the blocks above him, then jump and let the blocks that respawned below him push him farther up. Once again, this was pretty slow, and it took him about 2.5 minutes to get back up to the elevator. He then went into the infamous statue room. This room is more or less the gateway between the rest of the game and Mother Brain. Normally, once you've defeated both Kraid and Ridley, you shoot both of their statues in this room and a bridge appears, allowing you to travel across and enter Turian to fight Mother Brain. The developers intended for you to have to defeat both bosses before making it across. If you try to go down into the lava pit, there's no way of making it through the one tile wide opening on the left. Thankfully, there's a way around having to defeat both Kraid and Ridley. Bridge skip. This trick is one of the oldest I've ever documented in this series. There's reference to it from a Nintendo Fun Club magazine from 1987. If you lure a Rio into the statue room, you can freeze him with your ice beam in just the right position. Then you roll into a ball, use a bomb to propel Samus up, and roll through the small opening. So, Kessler could get to Turian without needing to fight Ridley. He still fought Kraid, however, to get the 75 missiles you receive for killing him. These would come in handy later. After getting through the statue room, Kessler took the elevator down into Turian. He farmed a bunch of the Metroids for more health and missiles, and then very carefully navigated through the Mother Brain room. His playstyle here was pretty safe, traveling under the platforms and freezing any rings that came near him. He used the missiles he gained from the Kraid fight and from farming to blast through the 8 pillars, before finally reaching Mother Brain and firing the 33 missiles necessary to defeat her. Mother Brain was dead, but anyone who's played Metroid knows there's one final part left: the escape. You've got to jump up from tiny platform to tiny platform to escape from the planet and beat the game. It may not seem too hard, but imagine trying to do this as quickly as you can with the knowledge that you're on world record pace. Mistakes usually aren't punished too heavily here, and you can often just land on the platform below if you slip up. But if it's coming down to the wire, and you can't afford to waste any seconds, then you've got to be perfect. You can't let your run go to waste at the last second. One slip up, and your run is over. Thankfully for Scott Kessler, he didn't really have to worry about that. This was the first recorded run that we're aware of from anybody, so all he had to do was climb up and finish the game. And he did, with a total time of 22 minutes and 19 seconds. This run would end up standing for about 1.5 years, but a guy named Blake Pifo, better known by his screen name Spiderwaffle, saw room for improvement, and he had a few tricks up his sleeve to help him get there. Scott Kessler's run was good for the time, but many of his techniques for moving around the stages and farming missiles became outdated. To help with his movement, Spiderwaffle practiced the game on an emulator, likely using save states to help him do sections over and over again to get better at them. As well as gaining quicker, more precise movements in many of the rooms in Brinstar, he developed a new method for farming missiles after getting bombs. Instead of shooting each enemy individually, he grouped multiple enemies and used bombs on them. Thanks to early time saves like these, on August 27, 2005, Spiderwaffle got on a run that went into Kraid's lair at 7 minutes and 53 seconds. 52 full seconds ahead of Scott Kessler. He used a more effective strategy in the Kraid fight that involved freezing a needle to prevent getting knocked back, and then spammed Kraid with shots to the body. This fight alone saved about half a minute over Kessler's fight, and Spider Waffle saved close to a minute on the climb out of Kraid's lair as well. Instead of slowly waiting for each block to respawn to move up a block at a time, Spider Waffle moved up by shooting blocks above him to land, then clearing space to jump even higher. Once he made it back up to Torian, Spider Waffle was nearly 3 minutes ahead of Scott Kessler's run. But he wasn't done saving time yet. When he needed to farm for missiles in Torian, he did so beautifully, grouping Metroids together and getting good luck with receiving a lot of missiles. From there, he defeated Mother Brain, made his way up to the escape, and finished his speedrun, 3 minutes and 37 seconds ahead of Scott Kessler. Spider Waffle finished the game in 18 minutes and 42 seconds on August 27th, 2005. Now the progression starts to get a little bit strange. A couple months after Spider Waffle's run, a guy named Chris Knight beat it and submitted it to Twin Galaxies. His final time was 17 minutes and 22 seconds. Nowadays, the footage of this run no longer exists, because back in the day, Twin Galaxies only required the referees to see video of the run. After they saw it, who knows what happened to the footage. So we can't see this run today, but according to their website, his run was verified on October 30th, 2005. And also, his run apparently stood unbeaten for 7 years. It's really rare to see speedruns stand for incredibly long periods of time. Even really optimized runs like Super Mario Bros. Have their records broken with some regularity. That run was lowered from 5 minutes and 6 seconds to 4 minutes and 58 seconds for the same period of time.
I just feel like whoa.
But nobody is able to beat Chris Knight's run. The main reason for that was because, for a period of time, Metroid speedrunners tended to focus their efforts on all bosses speedruns, where you had to defeat both Kraid and Ridley, and 100% speedruns, where you had to collect every item in the game. When you're playing any percent, where you only defeat Kraid, there's points where you need missiles to drop, to open doors, defeat bosses, whatever the reason may be. If you don't get missiles quickly from your farming, you're basically screwed. Knight apparently did beat his own run a few times in mid-2012, but he didn't show anybody the recordings and he didn't submit his times anywhere, so nobody really knew about it. In everyone's eyes, the world record was his 17:22. But then, in late 2012, somebody was finally up to the task. JProfit22. He started his timing a little bit later than Chris Knight did, about 7 seconds. So going by his timing, the time to beat was 17 minutes and 15 seconds. Going into the escape, it was going to be close.
What? Get the... Ah! God damn it! Fucking rhythm is way off. Because I don't fucking get to this part nearly enough. New lap record. 17:15:07. Did I just beat home?
Remember how I said the escape could be potentially dangerous? Well, there you go. A tied world record. 17 minutes and 15 seconds of intense gameplay later, it couldn't be determined who was faster. However, this record wouldn't remain tied for long. Chris Knight would soon blow everybody's run out of the water. On March 16th, 2013, he had a great run going down into Kraid's lair thanks in part to getting great missile luck. He then did a really quick Kraid fight, where he just got right up in Kraid's face and spammed missiles. And after an even faster climb out of Kraid's lair, where he used the platforms next to the blocks to jump up higher, and a really fast bridge skip where he froze the Rio in midair while jumping on top of it, he was way ahead going into Torian. But his biggest time save by far was the hallway in the Mother Brain room. Instead of the safe method of going beneath each platform and shooting anything that got near him, Knight got on top of the platforms and ran right up to each pillar to shoot it. He was at risk of getting hit more, but he played really beautifully here. He just kept charging forward endlessly, being careful to conserve his health, but he wasn't stopping for anything. He was getting to the end. After finishing the escape, Chris Knight had beaten Metroid in 15 minutes and 43 seconds. A minute and a half of a record that had stood for 7 years. People who saw this run just after it was posted all agreed that it was one of the greatest speedruns that they'd ever seen. Getting the missile luck that he got, along with all of the other insane execution, was nearly impossible to replicate. If anyone wanted to beat this run, there's going to need to be some serious strategy changes. So, there's one important thing I haven't explained yet: the rules of a Metroid speedrun. Historically, the most common rule set for Metroid runs have included the following two rules. You can't do an up and A warp, and you can't do a death warp. An up and A warp is a strange feature that was built into Metroid and a few other NES games at the time, notably The Legend of Zelda. If you pause the game with one controller, then press up and A on the second controller, you'll be warped to the start of whatever area you're in. A death warp is similar. If you take a death, you get sent to the start of the area you're in as well. These both can save you multiple minutes. In Kraid's Lair, for example, you normally need to climb all the way out of Kraid's Lair to make your way into Torian. If you instead just either take a death right after defeating Kraid, or do the up and A trick, you will immediately get taken back to the elevator. So, since you cannot warp, the category is actually known as any percent warpless. But up through 2013, there was one more rule that players abided by: no glitches. This is a pretty controversial topic. A lot of you out there watching probably hate glitches and would love to see them all banned from speedruns. This was the mentality of a lot of major speedrunning websites years in the past. One of those websites, where nearly everybody was submitting their Metroid speedruns, was Speed Demo's Archive. Since they banned most glitches for Metroid, people did their speedruns without glitches. That's why the runs I've talked about up to this point are all glitch-free. But as time went on, people just said, forget Speed Demo's Archive, we're gonna use glitches anyway. This is precisely what Chris Knight decided to do in 2014. And there was one glitch in particular he was about to use that would forever change the way people played Metroid. The door jump is a famous trick that can help you access different areas of the game quicker. It's performed by shooting a door open, then letting it close on top of you. Then, you press up and down repeatedly on the controller, and Samus will begin to move upward. You can either get further up the screen by going all the way up, or you can go below the screen by screen wrapping onto the bottom. The main reason why this was huge for speedruns is because now, there was no need to go out of your way to pick up bombs. At the start of the glitchless runs, you always went to pick up all of the items and health that you needed. One of those items was bombs, and you had to take about 2 minutes navigating to and from them. And the main reason players needed the bombs were to bomb the floor to get to new areas. Now, instead of doing that, as long as there was a door there, you could just door jump, and then screen wrap to the bottom. So, in November 2014, Chris Knight had a run with this new door jump route. He was streaming it live on his Twitch.tv account, and there were splits in the upper right hand corner, but they weren't splits for his old world record run, and I'm not really sure what they're for, so just ignore them. While he did save a couple of minutes from not having to pick up the bombs, the door jumps themselves ate up a bit of that time. He also couldn't farm as efficiently without bombs, having to shoot enemies individually instead of grouping them together with bombs. You have to keep in mind, the last glitchless run that he did was literally insane, so he did start to bleed some time. His Kraid fight was slower, he didn't get amazing luck with his missile farming, his climb out of Kraid's lair was safer, he had to do a different version of bridge skip since he didn't have any bombs, and he hesitated a little more in the Mother Brain room. By the end of the escape, nearly all of the 2 minutes the door jump save was gone, but not all of it. He finished the run 17 seconds ahead of his world record, with the final time of 15:26. By early 2015, a new competitor had entered the scene, Controller Head. He developed a few new strategies, including a way to get this E-tank in one swift jump to the top. His Kraid fight was also very clean.
Holy god, I'm wrecking Craig right now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, buddy.
He got a nice bridge skip, and as you can see from his splits in the corner of the screen, he was on a really good looking run heading into Torian. And after defeating Mother Brain, he knew he was on world record pace. The chat was hyped, he was hyped, and there was just one obstacle left: the escape.
Let's fucking go. This is definitely it. This is it. About fucking time. is it. 15-15. Yeah, baby. That's it. About fucking time.
For 7 years, nobody was able to lower the Metroid Any% Warpless world record. Between the combined efforts of Chris Knight and Controller Head, it had now been lowered 3 times in the past 2 years. But as quickly as it began, the category entered another period of relative inactivity. Controller Head's 15-15 stood on top throughout the remainder of 2015 and through 2016. And then, in early 2017, a new challenger came along. His username was Metroid McFly, and his personal best started off innocently enough, finishing off runs in the 16 to 17 minute range. But that March, he went all out. An ultimate grind to take the Metroid world record, a run that had remained unbeaten for 2 years.
Oh, gosh, 15, 56, hell yeah. Hell yes. Yes. Woo! 15, 24. That's what I'm talking Alright guys, that's it. Sub 15.
$14.54. After half a dozen personal bests over the course of a month, Metroid McFly had brought the Metroid Any% Warpless world record under 15 minutes. He played the game so much that March that he was starting to get tired of the grind. He wanted